Hello guys and welcome everyone to the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the Virtual Endurance Championship, Season 15, the finale, the final race of the year. 24 Hours of Le Mans, the classic one, the one you do in the summer. The iconic race with hypercars, LMH, LMHD, LMPs and GTEs. Obviously with the hypercar only being the DPI here. However, we're happy. We're having a solid car to do the race with. It's not particularly perfect, I'd say. After all, we've done some testing, we've had some struggles, we had some issues, but after all, we found something we are rather comfortable doing racing with. So here we are, roughly 10 minutes till the race start. So you guys Michael, tuned in the right moment for sure.
Sector 1 is 0.3 off the pace. Your brake temperatures are looking good.
Well, not practice really, but just standard warm-up for the race.
Green flag, Sector 2.
Thank you, Krelosh. Obviously, we're hoping that too. We'll try and work for that.
Green flag, Sector 1.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
Thank you, Nick. Good luck for you guys as well. Enjoy your championships drive.
On your left. All clear on the left.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate it.
Sector 3 is now yellow. Incident in Sector 1. Sector 1 is yellow.
Of course, track limits galore.
Mind these track limits, please, Michael.
.6, that is
B6.
There's a 13.6 literally.
Yellow flag.
It's alright, it's good. Hey Ziga.
All clear on pit exit. Green flag, sector 1. You got cold brakes all round, be careful.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Sector 2's green.
Hey, Goodman. How you doing?
Your brake temperatures are fine, mate.
You won't be able to watch the whole start. That's unfortunate. The good news for you then is
Sector 3 is now
the
clear.
video will be a video on demand, so you can have a look whenever you want.
5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left.
5 to go.
Yellow flag, sector 2.
Chris Brown, hello, welcome.
Green flag in sector 2.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So yeah, good luck to all the other drivers here in Division 1 and 2. Good luck also to all the colleagues in iRacing. I think there are 24-hour iRacing races today as well.
Yellow flag, sector 3.
Let's make this a good Simracing party galore. Tom, you here? That's a no.
Careful, car on your left. Clear left.
Avadar, hello.
Sector 1, yellow flag.
Copy, advancing to race in 30 seconds. I grab my water. So, attention grid. Latilo is on the soft though, and Margera seems being on the soft as well. A lot of people are on the soft. Right, Warren.
Easy off the line, please. Let people catch up.
$150 we go roughly, right?
Yes. Until the end of Porsche.
All double file till there still? Yeah.
Yes, double file.
Alright guys, 24 hours, here we go. Formation lap. Ten or 11 laps per stint. So is it wave frame and race clutch having penalties there?
Don't know off the top of my head, but it sounds right. I can check if you want.
Thank you, Elks. I guess I will see anyway. (43° track temp).
And you picked a medium, right?
I picked the tire.
Yep.
I will not say which one.
Copy.
Mr. Needix, thank you so much for your follow on Twitch. Welcome to the race. Welcome to the stream. Much appreciated. So guys, welcome to the 24 hours of Le Mans in the Virtual Endurance Championship. We will have a special stream today because it doesn't mean we can do a 24-hour onboard. However, you guys will get the onboards of my driving. I'm scheduled for over 8 hours. 3 stints in before 9 p.m. In the meanwhile, we will have a watch party of the official stream, and you guys will still be able to reach out to me, so that's everything that I can give to you, sadly, for this race. Since we're not allowed staying on the server, as per race control discretion. So we respect that. Beyond that, guys, if you appreciate sim racing, if you appreciate rFactor 2 and endurance races here on rFactor 2, then make sure you're followed on Twitch and subscribed on the YouTube channel. Make sure to give the YouTube video a like to support this content, and then I hope you guys will enjoy the next 24 hours here with racing action on the channel. Once again, good luck to all Division 1 and Division 2 drivers.
In terms of penalties, the only relevant one is race clutch. 3 drive-throughs.
Alright. I'll try to hang out with Mulgara then. Yes, Kreloj, I have to leave the server when I'm not driving. That's correct. Anyway, we're coming to green.
According to the stream, only race clutches on softs.
Yes. Might be.
Bunch up. Bunch up. "24 hours, guys. Good luck."
Go! Acknowledged. No tyres at the next pit stop. Incident in Sector 1, yellow flag. We think that Bukic has binned it.
Well done. That's pretty much ideal.
Kieran, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yellow flag.
Auto, we are on it. Moment of truth is coming now anyway. Cautious. Cautious might be the spot where our car is not as strong as other cars on the grid. What the fuck?
Okay, pit stop requested. The
Have you
bodywork's
ever
in pretty
seen
bad
that
shape.
before?
We might need to fix that.
Sorry, what?
Watch my stream. Have you ever seen that before?
Whoa, okay. No?
Yeah, we are going to be almost a lap down. I've been sideways over that curbs I think 400 times in my life, but never something like this has happened.
the damage repairs to?
163 seconds.
Oh my god. Well,
It felt like there was some artificial thing. You know what? I'm 100% sure it's that stupid track bollard or flap that got erased and somehow glitched underneath my car.
that would make the most sense. Great that we found it.
Gosh, that was good. Alright, we'll get them anyway.
The leader's just done a 3:11. Go, go! Watch your mirrors, there's a car approaching. Sector 2 is now green. Blue flag. Your brake temperatures are low. We need to get some heat into them. Blue flag. Blue flag.
Elim Garak, thank you for the follow.
So looking back on the replay, it does
Left
seem
side.
like there's a bollard there.
Easy, hold your line. Clear on the left
It's
side.
like you glitched down into it or something. It was very weird.
It was certainly not a driving error.
No, no. It was basically you hit it with your right wheel, but then the left one got launched into the air. It was kind of weird. But I don't think that bollard was supposed to be there. Like a almost a brake marker kind of thing. I made a screenshot for later.
So as you can see, the car behaved absolutely normal over it.
You're running last.
Yeah, I'm on about a 10-second delay, but yeah, not surprised that it's all working fine. I can't see the bollard there anymore.
Yeah, it's gone now. Was gone
Amazing.
there before already.
Yeah.
Margera killed the bollard and it got stuck
Okay,
on the
Michael, we've
on the
gone out of track
car.
limits. Keep it between the lines.
Yeah, race is not done, but yeah, I don't know what to say really.
Yeah, quite suboptimal.
Fits well into the season.
Yeah, we'll finish in style. If we want to do it in style, then from here on out we should be like the fastest out on track.
We are not, like even Van Starkenburg is fast at top speed.
Michelle has retired from the race.
Well, at least we're still running.
Yeah, because if, for example, we lost the wheel there, could we have disconnected and rejoined, or that would have been game over?
Would have been game over, that's why I quickly reversed in order to just get nose front into it. And give it some impulse out of the wall instead of like bouncing into the wall.
Yeah, good call.
If you go like on the replay, you quickly see me go into reverse. Yes guys, we're on it, don't worry. We're not just stopping pushing. Would have liked to be in the draft, but I'm not. The way top 3 are running crazy lap times into the 12s.
Yeah, Lartelo even in 11.
Yeah. Which car Ibrahim Khan did the qualifying? Was it Rookie Monsters? So Gaczynski and co?
Seawolf then, yeah.
He was.
Yeah, they had to start last.
The only thing that gets us forwards now is not having any incidents.
The leader's pitting now. That's the fastest lap of the race. You've just done a 3:13.4 seconds. Slower car ahead. This guy's racing us for position. He won't get a blue flag.
On your right, clear right. Car on your left, all clear on the left.
Well, we're starting the hunt.
Alright, Michael. You're approaching some slower cars. These guys are fighting for position.
Car on your left, clear left. Left side, clear left. Car on your left, you're clear left. Easy, car on your left, all clear on the left. Car on your right.
Slower cars ahead. These guys are scrapping for position. They might not see you.
Clear on your right. Car on your left. You're clear left. Left side. Hold your line. Clear left. Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
Those guys nearly crashed into Indy.
On your left. Clear left. Careful, car on your right. All clear on the right.
Yeah, just saw that was special.
Bartox, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
Careful, car on your left. You're clear left.
Steven Senegal, thank you for the follow as well. Much appreciated.
Careful, car on your right. On your right. Clear on your right. Car on your left. All clear on the left.
Slower car ahead. This guy won't get a blue flag because he's racing us for position.
Understood.
On your right. Clear on your right. Car on your right. Clear right.
It's next. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So we've cleared the GTE cars. Now hunting the LMP2s, and then we're hunting for in-class cars. As you can see, we're closing in on Gilchinski, on Sellars, on Ahonen. Not sure about the others since they've had track cuts. Last lap, obviously, we lost some time dealing with the traffic. So we'll see how that goes. But effectively, we are... see, yeah, 3 minutes and 5 seconds behind Ahonen. That will take some time making that up, but we're going for it, don't worry. Hey Nathan, how you doing?
That lap time was 3:14.4 seconds.
So lots of greens ahead, which is awesome.
Okay, Michael, you've used half your fuel. The car ahead is Sellers.
So guys, if you appreciate a 24-hour race, then please have a follow on Twitch, subscribe us on the YouTube channel. I'm doing a night stint at 5 AM. So 8/10 gained in the first sector on Sellars. I love that sector interception analyzer. Not sure if you've seen that, the head-to-head is called. I think you should see it too. 8/10 gained in sector 1. Currently gaining. We're only 3 drivers today anyway, so we will all do night stints.
fastest lap.
What is the question, Nathan? Mark Gamer Official, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So I see a couple of greens ahead, which is great. Obviously those are penalty people, so it's quite natural that we will green them out if they go through pit road taking penalties. However, we're doing good progress. Can't wait to clear the LMP2s so that I get constant gaps. As the guys are lapping 3:15s. Dado Gonzalez, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, guys, and I'd also appreciate if you not only follow up on Twitch, but also subscribe to the YouTube channel. Typing !SUB sub into the chat, and then Streambot will happily relay you some direct links to the YouTube channel. I am Tive, that's exactly how to trigger it, thank you so much. I'm fine enough with a triple. With the ultra wide, sorry.
That's the fastest lap. Okay, Michael, you've got 10 minutes of fuel remaining. Yellow flag, sector 2. Green flag, sector 2. Acknowledged. Pit stop requested. Pit crew's ready.
Depending on the net track space, they are as quick as they are, then I think P4 is maximum reach.
Well, When we exit the pits, we'll be in P10, right ahead of P6. The lead car's pitting.
They are all boxing at the end of lap 9? What the hell?
Your lap times are improving. This is exactly what we need. Fernandez, in front, is pitting.
Oh, sorry, I forgot I'm a lap down.
Fernandez is leading the race. Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is available. Okay, Michael, we're running on fumes, mate. Come into the pits at the end of this lap. Box this lap. P2 is now on softs. Sellers ahead is pitting. Very little fuel left. Pit this lap, in this lap.
So it looks like we'll pit before we hit the massive traffic.
No, we box next lap. I think they are boxing with us. You know what is the tank size of the LMPs?
No, sorry.
They should do 10 laps, so maybe they all go in now, and then I just go by. For a couple, that is true. Andre is in. I did fuel when
Woolard
we
is
were
pitting
repairing,
from
of course.
P14. He should be a little bit behind when he comes out. That was a 3:12.8 seconds. Sector 3 is 0.7 off the pace. You're coming up on a slower car.
Just not clearing enough LMPs in the meanwhile.
Car right, all clear on the right.
Your pit box is currently occupied. Our pit stall's available now.
Depending on how long they're stationary, I will right rear end some LMPs when coming out of pits.
The leader, Ahonen, is pitting.
Let's see though.
Yeah, outside of our control anyway.
Tom the Whittler. Hello.
Slower class cars ahead.
Thank you for joining us.
Car on your right, clear on your right.
Yeah, what is
Car
pain
right,
is
clear
like,
right.
usually we would have just had this wave of traffic
Car
once,
right,
now we
clear
have
on
it
your
twice
right.
and we had it already, like after lap 1. So that has costed us
right,
another
all clear
15
on the
seconds
right.
to anyone else.
Careful, car on your left.
Alright, Michael, there's a group of slower cars ahead.
Car on your left, clear left. Easy, car on your left. Clear on the left side.
Your pit stall is occupied. Your pit stall's now free.
Left side, clear left. Car on your left. All clear on the left. Car on your right. Clear on your right. Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
On your left. Clear on the left side. On your right. All clear on the right.
2 litres remaining. You're coming up on a slower class car. There'll be traffic on the exit. When we leave the pits, we think we'll be in P10, right behind P2.
They are stationary for 36 seconds. I think we are only for 32, so we might jump the one or other. $31.
All done, go! There's traffic behind, take care rejoining.
Left side. Clear left.
Your brake temperatures are fine. Slower car ahead. This guy's on our lap. He won't get a blue flag. He's racing us for position.
Car on your right. Clear on your right. On your right. Clear right. Car on your left. You're clear left.
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Nani?
You're approaching some slower cars. These guys are fighting for position.
Car on your left. You're clear left. Left side. Clear left. Easy, car on your left. All clear on the
No.
left.
For fuck's sake, really?
On your right. All clear on the right. Car on your right. Clear on your right. On your left.
With all
Clear on
this
the left
traffic,
side.
how are we looking to extend by 1 lap?
Not with the way we are fueling.
Slower class car ahead.
Alright, copy.
Need to carry the extra fuel all the time in order to be able to do so.
Yep.
Careful, car on your left. Clear left.
Oh, fuck's sake with these track
Keep it within the
limits,
track
really.
limits.
Car right. Clear on
This
your
hyper
right.
bad traffic management of me means I'm just losing the connection again.
Left
QC goes
side.
by the
Clear on the left
LMP,
side.
I don't go by the LMP.
Car on your right. Clear right.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right. On your right. Clear on your right. Careful, car on your left. All clear on the left.
Yep, Stefan, I want to keep the draft of the car ahead, but I've lost it now anyway. So I can reduce the scale, risk a bit.
Car right. All clear on the right. Car right. Clear right.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Yeah, hopefully, Stefan. That's why we're doing the streaming. That's why we're here. That's what we do.
Car on your right. All clear on the right. On your right. Clear on your right. Careful, car on your right. Clear right.
Yeah, that's the spot where I want to sit in. A GTE to unsettle my spot. We love it.
You're coming up on some slow cars, the class leaders in this group.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Is a track limit galore.
Okay, Mike.
On your right. All clear on the right.
Why is this car so shit in dirty air? So yeah, Stefan, the risk paid off. Eventually, for the moment. So we're losing a bit of time to Bradley. 2 minutes 20 is the gap still. Remember, the car ahead is like 18 liters lighter than me. So staying with the draft is a vital thing for the moment. But I'm very afraid I'm going to lose it next lap regardless. Just to see the acceleration is so much stronger. Lucian, thank you so much for your follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, putting it to sector splits. Shit.
Slower car ahead. It's their class leader. There'll be no blue flag here because you're on the same lap.
At least we will get him before Porsche entries.
Left side. You're clear left. On your left. Clear left.
No, we're not using a particularly safe setup. Okay, there's some drafting. And also I'm pushing like a madman to stay in that draft. Because Van Starkenburg is like 7/10 quicker per default compared to us. As you can see, was 1/10 last lap, so staying with him is vital.
Okay, pit stop requested. On exit, we should be in position 10. A few seconds behind Ahonen. The pit crew is ready. Your pit stall is occupied. Your pit stall is now available.
Jeez, like I can't keep close here.
Okay, Michael, we're matching race pace. You've just done a 3:13.9. Your pit box is currently occupied. The pit stall is now available.
So you see, guys, this is exactly what I mean. We are close enough to Starkenburg to profit from the draft. And still losing a little bit of time, but we're gaining good tons and good bunch on the cars ahead, which is actually what we need. It's the only objective of my pushy driving right now.
Slower class car ahead.
Yeah, Enric, I think it's available in many languages. No. Yeah, there goes the draft.
Left side. All clear on the left.
Well, we tried.
Car on your left. Clear left. Car right. Clear right.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael, the next car is Walker.
Let's see. How quick our last sector really is. Thank you so much for your follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. 24 hours of Le Mans galore.
Sector 1 is green.
This GTE might get us the draft back. Yep, is it second right now?
Coming up on a slower class car.
On your right. Clear on your right.
It's that GT. Ooh. What happened to the daylight? It's eventually that
Car on your
GT
left,
that brings
clear
the
on the
back
left
the draft.
side.
Air temperature's increasing. It's now 23 Celsius.
Car on your left. Clear on your right.
Your pit stall is unavailable. Our
Sorry.
pit stall's available now.
The moment I went for that gap, I was committed. multiple race drivers will watch my stream be like, Mitch, you can't do that. And I agree. But I did.
Slower class car ahead.
Oh yes.
Car right, all clear on the right.
And Torium Music, thank you for your subscription on the YouTube channel. Welcome to the stream, man.
On your left. You're clear left. Left side, clear left.
Nice job keeping the toe.
Thanks. Pretty high risk though.
Yeah, very high, but it's working so far.
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
I mean, eventually what do we have to lose?
The wrath of Jimmy.
He hasn't given me a penalty in a long time. I'm pretty sure he's
Car on
interested
your left,
in doing
all
so.
clear on the left. Car on your left, you're clear left.
As long as I can find half a car with
Okay,
in
Michael,
the draft,
slower
I'm
cars
fine.
ahead. These guys will
Out
be
of the
fighting
draft,
for
in the
position. They
corners.
might not see you.
Car on your right, clear right. Careful,
Fuck.
car on your left, clear left.
Matthew play, yeah, we're in Div 1.
Your pit box is currently occupied. The pit stall is available. Coming up on
No,
a slower
no,
class
no,
car.
no. Okay. Now we are done with the draft. From that, there is no fighting back.
On your
really.
right. Clear on your right.
Unless he really gets super bad traffic into the Porsches. Alright. It is what it is.
All right, clear on your right.
Are people still on the medium? Oh, never mind. It's the second stint.
Slower class car ahead. He's their
GT
class
might
leader.
just be too far off us. Sir Vettel, that's true. But I think it's the car that is really sketchy in the dirty air as well.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
Yeah, crazy. That Porsche entry is costing half a second. He's boxing next lap anyway.
That lap was a 3:14.1.
Gold Junge Live, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the 24 hours of Le Mans. With a little bit
You've
less
got 10
than
minutes of fuel remaining.
23 hours to go. We're sitting last in class after a glitch in the first lap, sending us into the wall, having 3-minute repairs. Gap is 2 minutes, so we regained a full minute already. And we're trying to climb up
A lot
further
of clean air coming up, so enjoy
down
it.
the road. I would more enjoy it in his draft, but whatever. If you appreciate the endurance racing, if you appreciate sim racing on rFactor 2, guys, please have a follow on Twitch, subscribe us on the YouTube channel if you haven't done already, and please give the video a like. That would be massively
Your pit stall
appreciated
is
by me.
unavailable. The pit stall is now available.
Thank you for the support, everyone. Fox Play, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Jürgen Bauersfeld, thank you for your YouTube subscription. Thank you very much. So, he goes to box now. I will have 2 more laps with less fuel. If things go alright, we may have the chance to go here for an overcut, reappear in front of him after the pit stop. Which means we can get ourselves a draft for the 3rd stint. Which would be amazing. Ah, it doesn't go box yet. So now we see the real pace compared to him.
Your lap time was a
Identical.
3:30.4. The track temperature's rising. It's now 44 Celsius.
Go for more push then. And faster than him in sector 1. This is good, we're catching. Well, thank
I
you
believe
for
he's also on a different compound.
Vasilis, you need to go to the forums, www.simracing.club. Retro Endurance Championship. This is the season finale though. So if there is a new season, it will start in August. Yeah, I really appreciate the new followers and subscribers on the channel. Thank you for the support. And I hope you will enjoy the 24-hour live stream. When we're off the car, we will go have a watch party of the official live stream at the very least. You guys will still see me on camera. I will go over to the office PC though and do some work. Do some moving houses.
Your pit stall is occupied.
Next
Your
week.
pit stall's now free. Okay, Michael.
So I need
we
to
estimate you've
fix
got
some
5
stuff.
minutes of fuel remaining.
Yes, you can do 2 stints with 1 pair of tires. Come on, rear end, stick with me. Beautiful. Surely some time gained.
The leader
Sadly,
is
he goes to
pitting now.
box now, so we will have no chance of direct comparison. Well, that's fine.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
That last lap was a 3:12.8. Very little fuel left.
Yes, the gap
Coming
is
to the pits at
closing.
the
You
end
can
of this
see the
lap.
deltas
Box
of the
this
last 3
lap.
laps
You're coming up on a slower car.
in the timing screen.
Easy. Car on your left. Clear left.
So we're going for another stint.
What are the current track time?
Car on
44.
your left. Clear on the left side.
Copy.
Walker
Guinness,
ahead is
thank
pitting.
you for
Walker ahead
your
is
follow
pitting.
on Twitch. Appreciate it. Vasilis, yes, every team is using the custom skin. Show off with the sponsors and everything.
We're running on fumes, mate. In this lap, box this lap, please, Michael.
Speaking about sponsorship, guys, if you want to become a sponsor of our channel, then people on Twitch, you can check out giving us your free Amazon Prime sub. Every Amazon Prime sub Prime
Your pit stall is
customer
occupied.
gets
Your
1
pit stall is now
free
available.
tier 1 subscription to give away. So that will cost you nothing, but it will support my channel. And of course, you can also become a tier 1 subscriber, enjoying more custom emotes on your hand. Same goes for YouTube actually. If you want to become a channel member, the smallest champion membership you can get for €3 a month, giving you access to additional emotes, and will give you a special badge showing you being a sponsor of this channel. And beyond that, if
Your
you
pit box is
rather
currently
wish
occupied.
to
The pit
be
stall is
Patreon,
available.
then check out www.patreon.com/MitchyHoya, or visit our link tree where you can find all our social media pages to follow up and support us further. Right, speaking of support,
2 litres left. Slower class car ahead. We've been warned about track limits. Should be coming out into
Interesting,
clear
so-
air. We should come out into position 10.
race clutch only double stinted.
Okay.
And I could drive a 312 at the end of this one.
Yeah, I saw. Right, I'll be away for 2 minutes, booting up my computer.
We're done. Go, go. Track's clear. Push, push, push. Coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your left. Clear left. Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
Acknowledged. Pit stop requested. Okay, Michael. We expect there'll be no traffic on exit. When we exit the pits, we should be in P10. Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is now available. Pit crew is ready.
Dolly said you can't really move them with board tools given by the game. You need to go into the dev mode to kinda remove some positions, but yeah. So wherever the HUD is positioned at, it's fixed. It's not like in iRacing. Oh.
The stewards have warned us for cutting the track. Keep it between the white lines. Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall's now free. Slower class car ahead.
Careful, car on your left. You're clear left.
Hi.
Hi.
Slower class car ahead.
Car on your right. Clear right. Car on your right. All clear on the right. Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
Pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall is now available. Alright, Michael. There's a car exiting the pit.
On your
Are
left.
you aware of
All
everything?
clear on the left.
Yes.
Copy. Sorry about that.
Not your fault, man.
Yeah. Would have probably died anyway, regardless of the angle. That was one of the weirdest things I've had in recent years.
Yeah, we had so many races in this track and never happened before.
At least not in this way, yeah.
Yeah,
Slower
Well.
class car ahead.
let's see what we can do.
So P4 is minimum that we need to reach again, I think. Depending on the speed of net tracks,
Car on your left. Clear left.
we can get up to third again. But I'm very much afraid of
Car
Wave
right.
Freem and
Clear on your right.
Race Clutch might be out of reach, although I think they were double stinting the soft.
Yeah,
So let's see what happens.
yeah, let's try to get back to the podium.
Yes.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
Guess we're going to go for some on-track moves in my next stint.
Yeah,
Car on your left.
Your pit stall. Our pit stall's available now.
Clear left.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Car right. All clear on the right. see car on your left. Careful, still there. All clear on the left. Left side. You're clear left. On your left. Clear left.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Left side. You're clear left. On your right. Clear right.
Wow, 5 seconds of traffic loss. 6 seconds of traffic loss. It's just crazy.
Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
That was
318.7.
3:18.8 seconds. Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall is now available.
Are you happy with provisional schedule?
I'm alright. I mean, it can always be subject to change. Whatever we need.
Yeah.
I'm
Slower class
okay
car ahead.
even during another run after the 9 PM one.
Okay.
But, yeah, let's see.
On your right. Clear on your
Generally
right.
speaking, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Yeah, due to the math, someone is having one run less. We can't do anything with that, so.
Yep. Yeah, Nick, I know, but I mean, it doesn't help. I'm not sure if... Yeah.
Slower class car ahead.
I mean, I know a bollard is a collidable object. Yeah, I
Car on your
don't
left.
care.
Clear left.
The way I died with that bollard, it's just ridiculous. Because the car ditched like nose front into the ground. And I think no bollard in the world would cause something like that.
You're coming up on some slower cars. These guys are busy fighting. They might not notice you.
But yeah. It's done. It's dealt. It's damaged.
Careful, car on your left. All clear on the left. Left side. Clear left.
Ooh.
Careful, car on your right. All clear on the right.
Yes. Of course.
We've had a cut warning. Keep it tidy, please, Michael. P9.
I am Tive, I agree. It felt very artificial too. I remember when I was going for the counter steer that the initial counter steer the car just simply didn't react on. It was like I had a carjacker underneath my rear. Ah, yeah. Okay, sorry, another half a
Just
point.
cut the track.
And then, yeah, I simply couldn't do anything with it. Yeah, of course, I know that it can happen, but yeah, I mean, I haven't even seen the
Your pit
bollard
stall is
flying.
unavailable. Your pit stall's now free.
Everything happened just so quick, and I didn't even think of it being a risk. But whatever.
Slower car ahead. This is their class leader.
On your right. Clear on your right.
Stefan, then it is a flaw in the Studio 397 official DLC, because all DLC that we're using, or all the content that we're using in VEC today is official Studio 397 stuff.
Easy car on
I'm
your
very
left.
sure there is
Clear
no
left.
geometry change whatsoever. Compared to the base car. Oh Mann!
Slower car ahead. It's their class leader.
Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
We should have gained on a couple of guys last lap.
You're coming up on a slower car.
On your right. Clear right.
Your pit stall is occupied. The pit stall is now available.
Four to go.
Okay, I'll start joining in a little bit.
I don't know what this GTE is doing
Coming
there.
up on a slower
Like,
class car.
he goes snake lines over the straights.
Car on your right. All clear on the right.
It's the second time I notice him. Yes, Stefan, 2 years ago. But back then the FSR car had an own geometry model. So guys, we're coming towards the end of our stint. I really appreciate your time being here. Please also make sure to stay around as we are going to join the watch party for the official stream. We will be back in the car in 1.5 hours as well, so don't go wide. Regarding the further schedule, I'm going to stay on the stream, of course. Just, you know, go to toilet real quick and some stuff. Yeah. Guys, I really appreciate your time. If you're not yet subscribed on the YouTube channel or not yet followed up on Twitch, please do so to not miss out on further streams. And yeah, enjoy your time, enjoy your weekend here with us. Would be appreciated if you be around.
Your pit stall is unavailable. Our pit stall's available now.
Free to go.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your left. You're clear left.
Alright, Michael. 10 minutes of fuel remaining.
Nope. You didn't even ask for getting the lap back. It's no game glitch. It's, well, it is the game glitch to a certain extent, but it's nothing at the fault of VEC administration. So in my opinion, we do not have the right to get the lap back.
I'm now loading the server. Anything you need me to check in terms of tires?
I can do that myself then.
Okay.
Or just have a look who is on medium right now still. Going for a triple. But I think there were even some double stint people on the medium, can't remember. Cameron, what do you think I'm doing? I've gained 2 minutes on the car ahead, so we're pretty much on fire. Well,
Coming up on a slower class car.
as much on fire as one can be with our setup.
Easy, car on your left. Clear left.
We surely have a pace disadvantage against the Simframe and Race Clutch. But anything else, it's just a matter of time that we should get it back.
You're approaching a group of slower class cars. Your pit box is currently occupied. The pit stall is available.
My goodness me, that feels so painfully slow.
On your left. All clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear left. Left side. You're clear left.
Slower class car ahead.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Coming up on a slower car.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Yeah, there's
Careful,
some
car on your
boxing
left.
next
Clear on the
up,
left
this lap.
side.
Okay, Michael, we're running on fumes, mate. In this lap, box this lap.
What happened to Ahonen?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you. He's 2 laps down, so probably an incident. 1 lap down, I guess. We're at P25.
There's a group of slower cars ahead. These guys are busy fighting each other.
Yeah, and I'm busy trying to get around them.
Car right.
I'll be
Clear
stuck for
right.
more
Car right.
GTEs
Clear
behind.
on your right.
To the forts.
Left side. All clear on the left.
Your last lap time was a 3:14.4 seconds. Slower class car ahead.
On your right. Clear right.
Your pit stall is occupied. The pit stall is now available. P9.
You're not riding with me.
Not yet. I can if you want.
Yes, please. Selected.
crew is ready.
Okay, back in 1 minute.
Copy. You got 2.
I believe we got brand new car after repair, right?
Assuming so.
Okay.
Rears are suffering a lot though. Wear-wise, I could actually go for a quadruple, but the rear is already feeling bad.
Yeah, seems like high thermal drag with these temps.
Slower class car ahead. Okay, Michael. Expect traffic when you exit the pits. When we exit the pits, we should be...
Careful, car on your left. Clear on the left side.
Tom?
Yeah.
Okay, we're coming in.
2 litres
ready.
remaining. Slower cars ahead. These guys will be fighting for position.
Oh,
They might
some
not see
people
you.
went dying
Yellow
in
flag. Keep your wits about you, mate.
Sector 3. I would
I
love
think
code 80.
P6 has gone off. Green flag, sector 3. The leader is pitting now.
Is there the track limit issue on pit enter?
It wasn't 3 times now, so I don't
Okay.
know what's happened.
It was only purple, so it doesn't show up in the race.
Not even that.
Okay.
Also, Waveframe is doing 11 lap stints. Or they did at least one 11 lap stint at some point. Gap to P8 is a minute, gap to P7 a minute and 30.
Copy.
Try to further close the gaps, but not at all risk, so just stay safe, have a decent, consistent pace and we'll be good.
Fernandez, in front is pitting.
Yeah. I'll be happy if I can keep it out of the wall, to be honest. But let's see.
We would be happy too.
Alright. Copy.
Everyone is coming to so they all did 11 laps at some point.
Go, go, go.
Enjoy.
We'll try.
Yes. Right. So guys, if you've appreciated the stint, please give the video a like, subscribe us on the YouTube channel, follow us up on Twitch, it would be massively appreciated. We will be back in the car in 1 hour and 30 minutes. In the meanwhile though, couple of changes. No, just drive. It's same as in the testing. No, that's not it. Oh no, I forgot to fix this one. Where is this camera? Come on. Okay, bear with me. It doesn't want to work. I will fix it, but first we are shooting live the stream that I have selected there already, I thought. Bear with me for a moment. Oh, this is so great. This is going so awesome today. Where's El Stream? Here's El Stream. Eigenschaften. Yes. Ah, we love this. The Edwards. Can skip that.
Oh,
Perfect.
yeah, and as you said, it's so weird because the drivers as well, the teams are so used to just, for the GT at least, it's quite simple. Just get to the end of the hour, and because the races are divided up into an hour, it doesn't really bring about any complications. But now, yeah, as you said, 50 minutes, it's going to make them scratch their heads a little bit more than they might perhaps be used to. But at the moment, we've got Andrej Maracek here trying to find a way through onto those top three positions. There's Andrej just in front of him for Visceral Esports, and you can see it's getting a little bit busy. There's a prototype and there's a GT, which a GT gets out of the way, to be fair to him, perhaps in quite an unorthodox manner, but I'm sure the prototype drivers will be appreciating that. Maracek, though, has lost a little bit of time as a result. He got stuck behind that Corvette and there just wasn't a chance, and he's going to have to be looking where he was just looking in front. Now he's looking behind to Zoltan Varkonyi in that Simracing car, up into still in 5th place, looking to try and reclaim some of the positions he lost during some earlier contact around the Corvette curves. As they head
so you guys can still hear me, yes? Quick confirmation on that, please.
That was closed down just a moment ago, and it looks like he's not too pleased with that DPI that's just gone past him, flashing his lights in a fit of frustration, it looks like.
Potentially so, yeah. The Destroy's car did, well, make a bit of a mess of the final chicanes, it must be said, but all through now, and Andrej Maracek is still trying to etch that Force Slovakia car onto the podium in the LMP2 field. Darius Andrej is just in front. We've seen it so many times from Bristol that they've got such a good start to the race, and that is the case here. Getting told that their 24-hour lineup might be just that little bit better, and maybe we could still see them impressed towards the end of this race. So we'll wait and see as to who's still going to be the top dog throughout the night and into the final few hours. But as it stands, Andrej Maracek for Force Slovakia have really been the underdog, impressing a ton in the slipstream, and you can see Darius Andrej feeling the pressure, trying to use each and every single bit of the slipstream gain from that DPI that's now lapping them, but Andrej Maracek doesn't have any answer to it. No inside line for the Force Slovakia LMP2. They've also got to worry about Zoltan Varkonyi just in behind for Simracing as well. 3 cars for 3rd place in the LMP2s.
Yeah, and you can see that Maracek did a very good job closing that gap back up to Andrej, having lost about a second at the end of the previous lap. And just look how close the 3 of these guys are. Pretty much one touching the other. And you can see Zoltan Varkonyi really trying to find a way through. We can ride on board with him here as we go through the Mulsanne corner onto the straight now. A lot of slipstream going on for all of them, and it looks like Maricek might just be able to make a move through Indianapolis.
So I can
Very
see
dangerous,
the
and
chat.
we'll see as well. If you go through side by side
Okay,
through
we see
Indianapolis,
stream
being
could
on
be
the
a bit
outside is
quieter.
not very helpful. As
fixing.
you can see there, they are side by side now. But if you're on the outside through Indianapolis, you're on the top part of the corner. It's very highly banked. But Maricek's going to get that done before the braking zone even begins. So he's going to be quite
There you
pleased
go.
with that. And he's going to be holding that. Now it's going to be Zoltan Varkonyi looking in his rearview mirror, trying to not lose 2 places in one lap. As I say that, that's a big slide there from Maricek. I think he somehow has gotten away with that, but that's going to really compromise his exit speed. And towards the end of this straight, there could be an opportunity for that visceral car to try and squeeze his way back through and reclaim that 3rd position.
Absolutely. I honestly thought Maricek was going to loop the car around. He was able to very impressively hang on to it, but that is going to be delight for Darius Andre to be looking at that, seeing maybe the mistakes creeping through from Maricek. But this 3-car fight has been nothing short of sensational. Into the pit lane comes Miranda Seastars and Go Team from the GTEs as well. They finally come in after a lap later relative to the 74 machine of Juices, and also the Black Hawk Racing car as well, sat there in 5th place as it stands. But we are following on still this fight, as into the pit lane comes Visceral and Simframe. Arm Cyber into the pit lane as well, as Force Slovakia continue their theme of going a lap later.
Yeah, and it seems that both Force Slovakia outfits, the 347 and the 348, have at least a lap in hand now on their strategy. So that's a very interesting development. And that's good news for Maricek, being all the way up in 2nd place at the moment. Obviously, 48 seconds behind Jake Dennehan, because that Netrex car is, for whatever reason, incredibly fast today. But yeah, that strategy is going to be very beneficial, as we have got that group of 4 all in the pits. So it's going to be interesting actually to see where those guys come out in relation to each other, Henning Vollert and Varkonyi and everyone, because they pitted together, and depending on how much fuel and tyres they put on, they might come out pretty much as close as they were when they went in. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And this is good news for Paulie Ahonen, who's going to be able to make up some of those positions that he needs to try and get out of that LMP2 field. And
all right, guys, they're gonna go for a pee break real quick. Stay with
DPIs.
us.
For sure. So
Going back shortly, and then I will be off back on the car in roughly an hour and a half again.
Stages of this race, opening the race up in the best fashion possible. You can see there Darius Andre, the Armed Cyber car, leaves the pit lane, but it is going to be a straight fight between the Simframe and the Visceral car. Still waiting for Andre to drop down and continue on going. You can also see the Scuderia Leone Corvette sat in the pit lane also, but quite a heavy contingent of LMP2s now leaving the pit lane. Robert Porn taking the wheel of the Visceral car, and leaving the pit lane now for the LMP2 outfit. The race against time that it is going to be against Maricek. Where is that Simframe car of Zoltan Varkonyi? He's already long gone out onto the circuit.
Oh, well, it looks like tyres for the Visceral, but not for Varkonyi. So Simframe getting out of that battle, maybe deciding that just push it a little bit longer, and then they'll just be out of contact, and that'll probably be better for them in the long run, as they can maximise their time out on track without being bogged down in a battle.
Yeah, agreed. I think maybe the clear air is probably going to be the better option for them. Save their tyres for an extra stint and then change on the next time by. This is Nicholas and 1 on the back of the other Simframe car of Andrea Terzi, the 36 machine. And, well, we'll wait and see as to who's going to come out on top in this regard. Obviously, Simframe, the 36 car, is only 5 points off the championship lead in the LMP2, so he's going to try and want to maximise every single point possible. But Nicholas Amman is trying to put a bit of an upset to that, to the outside as they run their way in towards Indianapolis. The Simframe car keeping him honest. Outside line for Le Mans. The sweeping nature gives him the inside for Indianapolis. Bit of a twitch, bit of contact between the pair of them as they now exit, put their foot down. Who's going to have the inside line come Arnage? Who's going to be bravest on the brakes? And it is going to be Le Mans who's able to hang on to 5th.
Yeah, an excellent move there, and you can tell both these cars are getting towards the end of their stints because they're setting laps in the 27s and the 28s, so they're quite light compared to those that are freshly fueled setting 35s. But here we go. Nicholas Lemoyne had that 5th position. Can he hold on to it though? Because Andrea Terzi is moving back up the inside through the Porsche curves. They're going to be very close. This could be very risky for the both of them. Through the left-hander now, Nicholas Lemoyne just about holding off in front, and I think he's gotten away with it for the moment, but there is a GT in front. Can that Porsche get out of the way for both? Yes, he can, but that's incredibly tight. Nicholas Le Mans going a little bit wide. He's a little bit upset as the car, and he's carrying on. And I wonder if he's going to pull into the pits at the end of this lap as well. Yes, he does. In fact, they both do. So that's going to put a stop to this battle. Only temporarily, though. I'm sure they'll be coming out in similar spirits.
Yeah, hopefully so, to continue on that fight. Meanwhile, Jake Danahan did come into the pit lane for Netrex, leading the way. Same too did Delorme, Moritz Mel, Andrei Marachak as well. Pretty much the entirety of the top 7. Team Iris also peeling their way into pit lane. Jake Danahan in and already out and on his way as Le Mans is in. Now, all eyes go to those that came in the lap earlier, like the likes of Zoltan Vakonyi. Where is he? Still in 9th place, still waiting to get the jump. Andrei Marachak is probably going to be his #1 target in that regard, but already leaving the pit lane, I think, Marachak. Yeah, down pit lane already, so the Force Slovakia car might already have a good bit of a margin here relative to those that he was fighting just before he came into the pit lane. So, on the up for Force Slovakia, continuing on, closing in on 2 hours into this race, and, well, it seems that there's no fluke that they're up here.
Yeah, and that puts the two, or for the time being at least anyway, the two Force Slovakias, the 347 and the 348, one after the other on track at the moment, although separated by 20 seconds, and that the 347 does owe a pit stop. But yeah, they seem to be fairly good on strategy. Maybe they're trying something very different to the rest of the grid at least, and that could reap some good rewards come the end of the race, especially just taking yourself out of traffic. Lets you lap quickly, because of course it's equally in such a long endurance race just about how quickly you can lap the track on average, and how quickly you can get to that checker flag. Obviously that's what racing is all about, but if you can get those average laps down as quick as possible, that's going to really benefit you, rather than find yourself fighting for track position that doesn't mean too much at this stage in the race for the moment.
Yeah, the name of the game is be as quick as possible for as long as possible. In this case, 24 hours of racing, and manage to, run the best race possible. Keeping your lap times as low, saving your tyres, saving your fuel, keeping the track positions as well is the aim of the game. The fundamental characteristics that is needed to success, to lead your way to success in endurance racing. Carlos Baste for Romano Motorsport taking the wheel as Victor Sequeira runs side by side with the Porsche. Porsche goes to the outside and is able to retain 15th place. That MC Motorsport car has been in a direct fight also with Ruben Correa Alves. These three really can't get enough of each other in this fight for 14.
So let's have a look on the live timing, how we're looking.
This battle at this end of the GT grid has been providing us with a lot of action once more. The MT Motorsport, Scuderia Leone and CFAT Performance teams have been just constantly exchanging positions, and once again they're going to be following one after the other, tip to tail, as they go back out onto the straights, and there's going to be a lot of slipstream, and there's a fair bit of traffic, although most of it has cleared them by now.
Lap times as such.
But I think that might be the race clutch DPI, the current championship leaders, trying to find their way through without getting bogged down in the battle. But here we go, Philip Drace for needracing.com to the right hand side. He's unlapping himself here, so that's going to throw a spanner into the works, I think, because that means that they're that Scuderia Leone car is now a car in between himself and the rest. And of course, if you're a lap down, you are allowed to unlap yourself. You just have to clear that, otherwise those blue flags are going to get you penalised if you're not able to increase that gap and pull away. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, for the moment, Thomas Ahrens in that Scuderia Leone car probably not too happy about that, because that's going to take away from his direct battle.
Absolutely, but Philip Jones has really been impressing at needracing.com, setting some decent lap times, but it's been an uphill climb for them ever since the start of the race, after the disconnect for Christian Mikel early on, losing upwards of 2-3, I think, was it 3 or 4 laps at some point during their stage of disconnect.
What has happened to the
have since been fighting, and with their form throughout the season, they're going to be saying in their head that it's going to be criminal if they don't come out on top with the championship lead. Only 6 points ahead of Juice's Motorsport Club, the 74, that is leading the way, or was leading the way in the GTEs. Islam Radna Seastar still second place for the 74 machine, however. Big points gains relative to at needracing.com, and if they don't manage to climb their way up the field and ascend to a point where they're within 6 points of Juice's, which as it stands would be P3, yeah, it seems like the championship is going to start slipping away unless something happens to that 74 machine.
Yeah, it's not looking particularly brilliant for them at the moment, which I'm sure they won't be too happy with. But there's a long way to go. They might be able to start squeezing stuff back. But yeah, really unfortunate start to the race. They are currently in the very last place, number 46 of 46 cars that started and are currently out on track. Moving through now. Trace has got past, but he does need to pull away because otherwise he could be seen to be impeding on an ostensibly quicker car's laps, and that will not be benefiting them either. So it does need to make progress. But I guess at this stage of the race, all the GTs
we don't
pretty
see
much
anything from
lapping fairly equally. Anyway, but we'll see how that all develops. But to be fair, Trace beginning to extend that gap now. He's going to have to try and find his way through these next two cars as well. But that could make the battle between them even more interesting, as it could bring them closer together as there's an extra car getting involved.
It's always nice to see more and more people get involved in battles. But yeah, wow, NeedRacing.com, as it stands, are going to lose the championship by a considerable amount. It is insane as to the gap as it stands. I think it is going to be a 32-point deficit if things stay as they are. So they need to buck up their ideas. They need to find their way forward. And it is a shame because the way that this race has changed for them so suddenly has been completely out of their control. They've had no... They can't help if Christian Mickel's internet drops out or disconnection the server or anything like that. They can't help that. But what they can help is how they try to redeem themselves from it, how they try to ascend themselves back up the order. It's going to be such a tough ask, but what can we see from NeedRacing.com? Still a long way to go. Still a lot of opportunities still at hand. Still so many things to chop and change as the race goes on. And speaking of, we've got DXDroids and Seawolf Net Race fighting over 4th place in the DPIs as Jan Catal is able to get himself ahead of Carlos Fernandez.
Some
However,
schnitzel.
working their way past the GTC Race Centre Ferrari.
Snacks.
Maybe Jan Catal could be under a
Very
little bit of
important,
pressure,
as you
but
can imagine.
a lot to talk about over the course of the broadcast.
Oh yeah,
keep up the energy.
You can see they're very close at the moment. You must remember, we're not even, if my maths is correct anyway, we're not even at 10% of the way through the race. So there is so much that is yet to happen, and there's no point giving up until the very end, because who knows what will happen. I mean, we've seen here, we've seen in real life that even on the final lap of these really long races, disaster can strike. Disaster for some, beneficial for others, but there is Jan Catal now squeezing ahead into 4th place, and Carlos Fernandez there dropping into 5th with DXDroids. A fairly easy move for Seawolf there, and I think they'll be fairly happy with that.
Indeed so, yeah, absolutely. And you're right in saying anything can happen at any point and to anyone. It really is indiscriminate in terms of the brutality of motorsport at some points. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, or how well you're doing in the race. It will strike at any point. So look out for people dropping out. Of course, we won't be able to bring you any commentary throughout the night, but I'm sure you'll be able to see as to the action that goes on and the upsets maybe that happens throughout the night time here at Le Mans, because it really is a war zone that happens throughout that middle portion where the visibility is low, you're driving on instinct, you're getting tired, you're getting fatigued, you're losing concentration, you're wishing you could be in your bed snuggled up, going to sleep, but no, you've got to be in, doing your stint, putting the lap times in, making sure that your tyres are up to temperature, making sure that the fuel load is correct. It is going to be interesting to see where we come back to in the morning.
Yeah, I imagine there'll be a whole set of stories throughout the night that we won't be privy to. We'll have to try and work our way back from what we have at what time we start tomorrow, which I think is 9 a.m. CEST, which will be 8 a.m. for us anyway, or for me at least. There'll be a lot of developments, I think, and we'll try and work out what has happened throughout the night. But yeah, as you said, getting tired, especially that graveyard shift when it's 2 a.m., 3 a.m., it's dark. It's only you and your engineer perhaps who are awake, just trying to get those laps going. It's so easy to make a mistake, and mistakes can be costly. You drop it onto a curb in the wrong way, the car gets sent into a wall at 150 miles an hour. That's going to be a lot of damage, perhaps even a retirement. So they will have to be on the top performance, because that is when it's so easy to make a mistake. It's so easy to lose concentration because you think, oh, I'm just doing laps and laps, and then when that happens, when you get complacent, that's when it can go wrong. So we'll see what happens. It's not the most optimistic way of looking at this race, but I suppose it's a realistic view of what's in store for these teams tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, and expect trouble, expect carnage, expect chaos. Yeah, the broadcast will be back up at 8 AM in the UK. Translate that's wherever you are around the world. We will be switching to a silent broadcast in a few hours' time. Then you'll be able to be woken up by the very lovely voices of Hugo Barreau and Vida Heatley for the first 2 hours of the new broadcast. Then myself and Vida will round off the final 2 hours of the race
I'm
tomorrow
tired, thank you for
morning.
the good appetit.
Well, we'll wait and see as to what's in store in the
and Wojciech,
coming
thank you
moments
for your
and
follow
how
on
we are
Twitch,
going
much
to round off
appreciated.
the
Welcome to the
15th
stream.
chapter of the Virtual Endurance Championship story. It's been a mighty season, it must be said. Ups and downs, heartbreaks, also rewards and accolades for some. It's been an incredible season, and I think it is, well, I've only been here for this is my second year covering the Virtual Endurance Championship, but yeah, I think that this season has been absolutely sensational, and the fights that we've got in all three championships, we've got to pay attention to each and every single one of them. It's not a done deal until they cross the checkered flag, and in all three of the categories, already we've seen some form of a mix and match and an upset maybe for a championship protagonist. This is going to be an epic race, and while at the moment things are a bit spread out and nothing is conclusive and we can't really put a nail into the coffin or anything just yet, the potential for greatness really is there.
Yeah, 100%. And as you were saying, we've seen so many different stories and events just happen throughout the course of this championship. I've only been at present for the second half, really. It's been a busy year. But yeah, I mean, if you look now, at the moment, that Juice's Motorsports car that's looking at the moment to take the championship didn't have the greatest start to the season, but won 4 of the last 5 races, and that's put them in a very good stead to take away from Need Racing. So there is just so much to be decided, and it could be a very dramatic finish tomorrow morning, because as you said as well, everyone's so close. There's just so much room, so much scope for things to change, especially with the extra.
So guys, we're coming back in the car roughly
the
1
extra
hour.
points that happen as a result of it being a 24-hour
Not too
race.
long.
Yeah, there's just so much to look forward to, and to round off a season, what more could you want? It's going to be a hard race, but it will be good, and for those who come out on top, it will be very rewarding as well. But at the moment, just having a look at the timings, it looks like Moritz Mel in the 47 Go Team racing car is closing up a little bit on Andrzej Mareczek, who we saw, I think, this Go Team car might be on fresher tyres than Mareczek, and that could be the reason for this pace discrepancy. That last lap there, a 3:28.3 for Mel, a 3:29.5 for Mareczek. So I'm not sure how well Mareczek's going to be able to hold on to this position.
We'll wait and see. Of course, Mareczek is the underdog, and everyone loves an underdog story in any sport. And, well, what can for Slovakia do? Moritz Mel, of course, Go Team Racing,
thank
not the
you
car that's
for the
in
follow.
the shout for the championship. That one
Welcome
is
to the 24 hours of the month.
Down a little bit further back in 5th place in class, but you can see Moritz Mel practically pushing the for Slovakia car. Pulls out to the left-hand side of your shot. That's the inside of the next corner. Propels himself up ahead. Not really much of a contest there. Moritz Mel making the most of some fresh tyres and some good pace up into 2nd place. And just while we're on the conversation of obviously the nighttime and things, Ruben Correa Alvarez came into the YouTube chat and sort of put down your point of chilling with your race engineer and being by yourself throughout the night stint. As a driver, how do you cope with being by yourself? What do you do to keep your concentration up? What will be their main focus in order to not doze off down the straight?
Well, it's a good point. I mean, I think coffee would be one thing. Or
copious amounts of caffeine, yeah, absolutely.
Keep them buzzing. I mean, some of the drivers probably won't get very much sleep at all between now and the checkered flag. So we'll see. But I think getting into a rhythm is important, but just making sure you don't get too comfortable, because that's when the mistakes are made. I guess if you haven't got a race engineer, it makes it a little bit more difficult if you're just sat by yourself. Your suggestion of music Probably quite good. Keeps you focused on something variable, because otherwise, if you're just doing lap after lap after lap, it gets very monotonous, and that's when you sort of you can have your lapses. But at the moment, we've got Marco Vinciulo with Arms Serber in 7th place, looking to perhaps take the 6th place off the on-off racing with Nicholas Lemoyne. Well, we've seen a lot of Nicholas Lemoyne actually in the last hour or so. Enjoying the limelight, it seems.
Yeah, enjoying the spotlight to round off the season, I suppose. Nothing better than being on the broadcast, as long as it's for the right reason, of carving your way through the field, which is what Lemoyne has done. Really impressive with some pace and some moves and things there in 6th, and maybe might have to have some roles reversed and be on the defensive from Vinciulo in the Arms Cybercar. Also just in behind as well, let's not forget they have got some company in the form of Andrea Terzi in the 36 machine just in behind. So watch out for that one. Of course, Andrea Terzi is trying to make some points up in the championship as well. If memory serves me correctly, it does. Simracing Esports in 2nd place. So yeah, it's an important couple of positions for that Simracing car to carve up through. And well, with them battling potentially in front, if the Arms Cyber car can put up a bit of a challenge on off, that's going to be an extra couple of positions that maybe could be easy pickings for Terzi.
Yeah, most certainly. And Terzi looking to get up through. And what's interesting is how the 2 Go Team cars have been separated a little bit now. Remy Delorme and Moritz Null, they're about 4 seconds and 2 cars apart. 5 seconds, or even 6 rather, and 2 cars apart. So that's sort of an interesting development. It puts Force Slovakia and Simracing Esports, well, I can't say in a sandwich of Go Team, but they're sandwiched now by Go Team, I guess. Don't want to upset you again.
I was going to say, you're treading on thin ice, mate. Be careful, yeah.
Yeah, I know. But at least Renzelorm doesn't have much fear of getting overtaken by Nicholas Lemoyne for the time being. That gap 22nd. Marco Vinciulo might be trying to put himself behind the number 37 and start closing up that gap. We'll have to enjoy this battle. But Vinciulo getting close, but he doesn't seem to find an opportunity with those sparking away as Lemoyne into the Mulsanne corner, getting very close, getting a good sniff of that rear diffuser, but not making anything of it. A bit of a slide there from Lemoyne, but
that's an interesting
the exit there strong enough. Perhaps maybe a slightly higher downforce setup for Vinciulo. We'll have to wait and see, and that might be why that straight line speed just doesn't seem to be quite there for them.
Absolutely not. A good old sniff indeed from Vinciulo. He's getting a good old sight of the rear end as well of that on-off racing, and he's going to pull out to the right-hand side and get a good bit of clear air, maybe a nice clean sniff, and maybe the potential for 6th place. He's looking to the outside, tries to get the up and under, but the door opens on the inside now. He's got the inside for Arnage, as long as he's brave enough on the brakes, does exactly that. Vinciulo up to 6th, however,
Nice Dontex, thank you for the follow.
Who's edged out to
Welcome
the extremities of the circuit here on the scene as Andrea Terzi.
Welcome to the official live stream at the minute.
Vinciulo's
As
job
we're
is to
taking
get
our
away.
first break.
Well,
Coming back into the car
nice
in a couple of...
Vinciulo. It's not completely decided though. He did take the opportunity that was handed to him.
In roughly 1 hour.
At least. And going through the Porsche curves now, he's going to be able to, if he can get this nicely done, get a safer barricade, I guess, a safer buffer to that car behind, especially as this other car has joined the battle as well. And that is Andrea Terzi now putting Lemoyne under pressure. And that's good news for Vinciulo. If those two are battling, it gives him the opportunity just to try and get away as quick as possible.
Absolutely, and that's going to be him trying to build as much of a gap as possible back to Andrea Terzi, who of course is not going to shy away from putting in some good laps. Nicholas Lemoyne is, well, knocked out of rhythm ever so slightly after the overtake from the Arms Cybercar. This is the fight with Thomas Arens for Scuderia Leone, still on the back of that same Ferrari that Leone have really had a good old time with battling with today, pulling out to the right-hand side and trying to get his way ahead of Victor Sequeira, inside line of course, and well, makes easy pickings. Ruben Correa Alves was stuck behind him for upwards of an hour in his stint, and Arens is able to pick his way past and move that Scuderia Leone car back into 16th place. Next up on the agenda is Martin Ullmann for CFAT Performance, the Porsche that has made up this little triplet of cars towards the back end of the GTE field. 2 seconds is the gap, and we'll wait and see how much that can close in the coming moments. But keep an eye on each and every single battle that comes our way. Nothing really happening in the DPIs, everything's stagnated at the moment. apart from Colin Spork setting in some good pace and trying to close the gap to Netrek's car of Rob van Starkenberg in second. The 208 machine, really impressive. Netrex have really had a good day in the office in terms of so far in this race, the opening moments of this race. Netrex have really impressed. I mean, second place in DPI and leading the way in LMP2.
Yeah, and leading the way by quite a margin as well. There's Rob van Starkenberg in second place overall, sitting quite happy. So yeah, Netrex in both DPI and LMP2 doing a very good job, and perhaps at some point, oh, that's a big lock up behind, sideways, almost into the side of another car there. I'm not sure who that was, but very lucky that no one got dragged into that as well. That could have been quite the carnage had that dragged in anyone else. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very easy to have that chain reaction. I think that was one of the Simracing cars. I'm not entirely sure as to who exactly that might have been, in honesty, which one it might have been in the LMP2s, whether it is the championship contending one or not. It is always good to keep an eye out on liveries and things, but yeah, very easy for things to go drastically wrong. This is Remy Delorme, the lead two of the Go team. Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's the rear gunner of the two Go team cars. Unfortunately, he would love to be where his teammates Moritz Mel is, considering that 37 machine is the one leading the way in the championship, but 47 sister car just seems to be having a better day so far.
Yeah, it does, and that's going to be interesting for the championship. The number 36, though, the potential contender challenging this team, are in 8th place. So for the moment, I think Remy Delorme is looking fairly safe, unless there's someone slightly further down. On-off racing shouldn't be much of a threat. So yeah, basically, I think all this car has to do, or all rather their teammates have to do, are stay in front of the Simracing outfit. But through the 4 chicanes now, we're coming up to that battle of GTEs we were watching a moment ago. There's a Scuderia Leone just in front that they'll have to get past as well after this Ferrari. But yeah, I think it might have been Remy Delorme that's had a little pirouette there at Arnage.
Potentially so. Into the pit lane comes Burst Esports for the DPIs. We kickstarted another round of DPI pit stops. We've also got Christian Marguerre and Rob van Starkenberg. So Colin Spork is free to take the lead of the race for now. Tom Oldermenger for Burst Esports making up 8th place in the DPI category. Alex Wolf and Andrew Holland behind that to round off the 10-car field that we have got. Burst Esports trying to recover. Colin Spork also trying to recover from Race Clutch's 3 drive-through penalties in the early stages of this race, whereas Christian Marguerre for Simracing, well, so far they've had quite a clean race up in front and have been able to sort of control the pace up until this point. However, not controlling the pace is Remy Delorme, maybe for much longer, as the Simracing car looks to the right-hand side and is looking to put his way up into 4th place and claw back some points in the championship.
Yeah, it looks like it, and we are just approaching 10% of our distance through the race, which really does not feel like very much, considering they've been going for a fairly long time now. But yeah, as you're saying, just trying to get up as many points as possible, although that doesn't seem to be going too well, as Delorme has got Zoltan Volkonyi just in front of him now. That number 34 Simracing car could be an interesting battle that we see develop between the two if Delorme can respond. We'll have to see how that all develops now as they go through the second chicane towards the Mulsanne corner now. It's all about the exit speed through there, and they're just trying to find a little gap, because the track in the braking zone closes up a little bit as it's got that right-hand kink just as you start to brake, which always makes it a little bit interesting if you're trying to find your way through. Hope you don't get squeezed up too much. Just along the look to the inside. No, they're not, as they brake through the Mulsanne corner then, and then onto the next straight. Doesn't seem to be too much action between the two of them for the time being.
Yeah, well, opportunities few and far between from this point on the circuit. The main one is going to be into the Mulsanne corner or one of the 2 chicanes on the straight. Remy Delorme, unless he can find a way through into Indianapolis, is probably going to be out of luck in terms of finding his way back past the Simracing car at the moment of Zoltan Volkonyi, who is, I think, did take tyres at the last pit stop. Or no, he was the one that didn't of the triplet of cars, I think, and was able to sort of get himself into some clear air. So the pace is pretty good considering, and is up into 4th place at the moment. 6.5 seconds up to 3rd place of Andrzej Mareczek, the Force Slovakia car that has really been impressing on on their way to potentially maybe a podium in the LMP2s. Again, we're not even a 10% of the way through, so let's not, get too far ahead of ourselves. Is Carlos Fernandez and Jan Katau for Seawolf Net Races. Well, once again, resparking their bit of a battle, maybe in the fight for second in the DPIs. They're the ones that have continued on. Same to Colin Spork. The top three going a lap later than the likes of Netrex and Burst Esports and Simframe as well. So, interesting strategies. Again, that knock-on effect that the extra lap is going to have. But look at this through the Porsche curves. That's probably the last thing you want to see as any of the three classes. The overlap into the quickest portion in terms of corners on the circuit.
Yeah, and it's the discrepancy between DPIs and GTs is most stark there, because the GTs just don't have the downforce that those prototypes do. It's not so bad on the straights, but as you're just saying there, yeah, it's quite scary when you've got all three classes mixed together.
So,
there.
sorry guys,
Fernandez putting into
have been a bit absent. We're currently dealing with strategy things.
Be interesting to see if they go for the same strategy at this stop, because that means they'll be coming out at this same gap as well. Maybe a driver change. We've already had a few driver changes up and down the grid, so it's that's language. Yeah, they're just in the background. I think that was Jan Katau going into the wrong box, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe. I mean, it's easily done as the race clutch car of Colin Sport comes in off the jacks as well, and will continue on his bid to recovery after 3 drive-through penalties, which not too bad at Le Mans. Of course, you got the wiggly chicane to negotiate, but the pit lane itself isn't overly long. Definitely not compared to sort of the Spa endurance pit lane. So definitely worse places to take a drive through at. But watching on Carlos Fernandez in the pit lane, as we'll see now Lorenzo Arisi at the wheel of the Simframe car, Christian Marguerite stepping aside, and Lorenzo Arisi able to take the wheel and do a fantastic job. Danny Vandeney now for Netrex as well takes up second place as Colin Sport, well, with Hero joined the second. It's going to be in 5th place. It's going to be about 4-ish seconds off Alex Baigie, the next car on his list, in order to tackle on his ascent back up the DPI field.
Yes, a little bit of a gap, but it's not too bad, and we'll see how they will respond to one another. And I think the DPIs have been the quietest of the 3 classes on track, and as I say that, LMP2 is going to go and prove me right, because we've got a battle here. Remy DeLorme still looking to get past. We've got here in GT as well, also a battle ongoing between Yemi Nasula, currently in the lead of the class, under fairly big pressure from Michael Sedlacek, and that's Juice's Motorsports Club, currently on course, if the current order stands, to take the GT Championship, and a very close battle, no less, for first in class. So Yemi Nasula, we've seen a lot of him, and we're going to see some more of him. Now looking to be on the defence rather than the attack. And it does seem that Sedlacek is very quick at the moment, heading down the hill through the S's. Not really a chance here yet, but that Ferrari does look very close. It's following very well as well as we head up towards Tech Rouge on to the first of the 3 portions of straight before the Mulsanne corner. It's these chicanes, they do offer opportunities to overtake, but they also allow someone in a battle to respond if they do get overtaken. So overtaking at the first chicane doesn't necessarily guarantee you that position. Let's look at that Ferrari, a very imposing presence in the rear of that car, as along the straight now to the right hand side goes Sedlacek. Can he make this work as they go towards the first chicane under brakes? He'll move to the left hand side. He's not quite far enough to go all the way through. It's going to make a narrow entrance, could compromise the exit speed, could give Nasula an opportunity to respond and take back that first position. But on the exit, that Ferrari is looking pretty good, and I'm not sure Nasula has anything to respond with to that overtake.
Maybe. That might well be the case. Nasula, though, look at the closing speed in the slipstream. You said the response could be massive into the second chicane, closing the gap bit by bit to Michael Sedlacek, who is going to be doing his utmost in order to win the championship. As it stands, they will do by quite some margin ahead of needracing.com, but through the second chicane, and Yemi Nasula unable to pick his way back through from Marina Sea-Stars, and well, you can't blame him. That 74 machine has been on fire since lap number 1 and has led pretty much the majority of the race up until now in the GTE class. Yemi Nasula, a good battle in terms of pace. I think Sedlacek is going to find his way through no matter what, and maybe it might be beneficial for Nasula to be just that little bit slower than Sedlacek not necessarily quick enough to put some pressure on, but not necessarily slow enough to fall back. And it might do him some good just to sit here in the slipstream lift and coast and stay on the back of the 74 machine.
Yeah, and because you're on the throttle for so long, come the end of the race, if you're not necessarily overtaking, but you're getting that benefit of that lowered fuel consumption, maybe get an extra lap or two in on this stint, if you can keep up, that is, it could come again at the end of the race, bring you a fairly steep advantage. So we'll see what Nisuda decides to do. Just 7 tenths behind. He's not really dropping back too quickly. Is just going to continue following for the time being and wait for any opportunities sit behind, not necessarily try and put pressure on, as you said, but there's an opportunity, may as well take it. Maybe a mistake is made by Sedlacek. He'll be there to take advantage. So we'll see how this battle develops, but it's looking fairly good at the moment. Around the grid, though, it seems that, for the most part anyway, I can't say that for all, that it's quietening down a little bit. We've got Alex Beggy here, though, who has just been overtaken, I think, by Colin Spork there. The race clutch car just squeezing its way through, and he's going to get in front. And we've now got the finest machinery on the grid now fighting. You can see it's very bumpy if you go all the way to the left there on the entrance to that first chicane. But Colin Spork getting through quite comfortably. And of course, that race clutch car is the fastest we've had all season. It's got quite a commanding lead at the moment of 18 points in the championship, but that's not necessarily going to be enough to secure it here. That Simracing car in first, the number 21, at the moment, as it stands, is posing a fairly significant threat to Race Clutch, who will need to close down that gap. But at the moment, Race Clutch,
are you guys looking forward to F1?
As they do now, should win the championship.
Yes, well, the points for victory for a 24-hour race times by 1.5, of course. So P1 gets 45. As Race Clutch are right now, that's P4. That's 27 points, which is bang on 18 points difference. So they would end up the championship tied, but Race Clutch took the win at round 2, round 4, round 6, and round 7. Which, of course, is 1, 2, 3, 4 victories, as opposed to Simracing just the 2 at race 1 and race 5. So, by my calculations, obviously, I think it would be Race Clutch that take the championship victory if things were to stand as they are, which they definitely will not. Whether that is going to be Simracing making a mistake, or if that's going to be Race Clutch carving their way back up to the front of the field. 4.5 seconds to Jan Katal for P3, and that will sort of remove the headache of any countback points in offer. But yes, it's been a brilliant fight up until now. It was, well, been one of the best rivalries, I think, throughout the season. I mean, the likes of Simracing, Christian Margera, Lorenzo Ruiz, etc., Colin Spork, Tom Lartley for Race Clutch in 4th, or also Nick De Silva in that 14 machine. All of them have put up such a monumental fight, and both teams deserve to win the championship. Unfortunately, only one is able to. Don't count out Burst Esports just yet either. Tom Oldenmenga, while he is a long way back, anything drastic happens to the top 2 teams, maybe we could see Burst step up to the occasion and win their 2nd championship in a row. As unlikely as that seems right now, weirder things have happened at Le Mans. Remy Delorme still on the back of Simracing for P4. This fight continuing to rage on. Thanks, of course, to the slipstream keeping everyone in touch.
Yeah, definitely. Remy Delorme looking to get back into 4th position, take that off the Sultan Valkonia. And this battle's sort of been bubbling away for the last 10 or 15 minutes. As we go along the straight, you can see the impact of that slipstream. Once again, it's just so powerful around here. And that's why we find the drivers or the teams running very low downforce setups.
Yeah, I am tired. I might be lucky enough to
come
watch
stock with a lighter aero package already, or a different aero package for Le Mans at least, and you can see why. If you were running this sort of a setup for Barcelona around here, you'd be much slower than they are at the moment. Anyway, Remy Delorme still sitting behind just 1/10 of a second as the gap, looking to the inside now into the 2nd chicane. Under brakes, gonna have the inside for the first part. There's contact, and round almost goes Valkonia. Valkonia holds it, but only because he bounced off Delorme. He's gonna keep that 4th position. But is there any damage? That could be some suspension. That's not good. Getting a little bit too close for comfort, I think, between the 2 of them there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, that was the last thing you want in a battle, but it's not over. The show must go on. The Simracing car of Valkonia tucking in behind Remy Delorme. Flash the headlights as well, probably to show some either an apology or some very choice words potentially to Remy Delorme at the same time as, well, the incident. Well, it happened, didn't it? Let's put it that way. Roman Delorme up now into 4th place with Varcogni not too far back. So maybe this battle is far from over. Maybe we could see them come to blows once again. Also, talking of that gap that I was talking about with Jan Catal and Colin Spork, that is now gone. Colin Spork is already onto the back of Jan Catal after some sensational pace, left Alex Beatty for the other Simracing car in the dust and is completely driven onto the back of the Seawolf Net Race car. Jan Catal is now under pressure, and Colin Spork is looking to get that race clutch car back onto the podium. That would be incredible if he can do that in the opening few hours of the race.
And I think we are seeing an example here of just why Race Clutch have a fairly commanding lead of the championship, especially Colin Spork, who's just pretty much proved himself every single race he's turned up to as one of, if not the fastest guy on the grid, whenever he's out there. Look at that, just absolutely flying past on the run to Indianapolis. Jan Catal, Seawolf Net Race there in 4th at the moment as a result, same as their position in the championship. This is good news for Race Clutch. It's giving them more and more leeway to play with. As long as if Simfree stay in first, as long as they can stay above 4, they should be okay, should Race Clutch. And of course, every position above 4 gives them an extra buffer. So why not go for it? We'll have to see how this all plays out. But yeah, Race Clutch, incredibly rapid. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see perhaps Colin Spork catch up to Danny van der Niet in the Netrix GP car, currently sitting 2nd in class and 2nd overall.
12 seconds is the gap. Colin Spork is flying. The 14 machine has got the fast lap of the race so far with a 3-minute 11
I guess
in the decals. I think that was set by Tom Lato in the opening moments of the race, but that does not take anything away from the Flying Dutchman's pace in the form of that Race Clutch car. He is on a charge. That gap already under 11 seconds, which is sensational. Also, something that I did miss was the 46 machine official esports Robert Pawn. We're getting told lost electricity on their run, and well, they were up in 3rd place in the LMP2s, and well, they're back out on 2nd now, of course, setting some good pace. The fast lap of the LMP2s, 3:26.3. But they've got a long fight back if they want to try and compete throughout the rest of this race.
So guys, we might be able to get you an onboard stream from the car, from Damien, working on that solution.
To redeem themselves from an electrical failure, which again is one of those things that we saw earlier on with kneeracing.com. It's one of those things that are vastly out of your control.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's in some ways a reflection of real life that mechanical failures can happen, but it's the most frustrating thing because there's nothing you can do about it. And I guess the best attitude you've got to take to something like that is almost just take a stiff up a leg, appreciate it's happened, and just do what you can with the hand you're dealt. And you can see they're doing that now, setting some fairly rapid times at the moment. But yeah, it's a shame for them to have dropped down from that 3rd position, but they'll do well to fight back, I think, this year. There's still a long way to go, and they're a lap down on 14th. But if they keep up some decent pace, they should be able to start closing that down quite quickly.
Absolutely. It's not over until it's over, of course. We're not even... well, now, I think we are actually closing into just over 10% of the way through. 2 hours... 2.4 hours, so 2 hours and 24 minutes or something like that, I think, is 10% of the way through. So I think we are just ticked over that. But you've still got just about 89% or whatever it is of the race left to go. There's still a long way to go. There's a lot of things left to happen. Still so many variables to take into account. And so much drama still left to uncover. Closest battle on the circuit that I can see at the moment. Andy Dixie versus Diogo Silva for 11th place. The Speedy Mike Racing Aston Martin closed down by the GTC Race Centre at Ferrari. Diogo Silva closing the gap as well. We've also got this fight between Martin Ullman and Thomas Orange. You can see the Scuderia Leone Corvette and the CFAT Performance Porsche still not able to leave each other alone. They've been so closely matched on pace, and well, it's been good for them. They've been able to keep each other company.
Yeah, they certainly have. They've offered quite an interesting set of battles, and you can see just off in the background as well, behind Scuderia Leone, that MC Motorsport car, Victor Sequeira, still at the wheel, following as well for the moment. So they seem to be quite happy with where they are at the moment. I mean, at least they're having an interesting race. They can't complain about that. But we're going back up to Nicholas Lemoyne once again.
Tom, we don't see what's happening, so...
From the Simracing car of Andrea Terzi in 6th place, just behind him. That number 36 closing up, and you can see the Seawolf car, the Seawolf DPR is going to be finding its way through fairly soon into the pits. In fact, they both go. So that's going to postpone this battle for another minute and a half at least, as we are getting into the next phase of LMP2 pit stops, it seems. And what will be interesting now is keeping an eye on for Slovakia. In fact, the number 348 is pitting on this lap as well. That's Andrej Maričák. So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on the other one, the 347, with Thomas Kuka at the wheel. But that seems to have undone their previous lap in hand from their strategy.
Yeah, a weird one. Potentially maybe trying to go back on sequence with the rest of the field. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just commit to it. Maybe they burnt too much fuel in that previous stint and were forced to come in. This is Shida for Ace Racing, Maximilian, on the outside going through the inside corner. And, well, unfortunately losing the place there to P13. And, well, that is, of course, Kwiatkowski in front. Miko and the number 30 machine. However, Shida is on the fight back for Ace Racing, pulls up the left-hand side as they run their way in towards Indianapolis, and will be the inside by the time they get onto the braking zone if he can keep the car on the outside, which he can't. And Kwiatkowski is able to stay in front for now. So fantastic battles up and down the field with the LMP2s now leaving the pit lane. Viktor Ivanov, now at the wheel of that Netrex GP car, as it stands, is taking the lead.
Well, I mean, that's... I think earlier on that LMP2 was sitting in lead. Only 8 seconds, though, to the for Slovakia by RGPL, Thomas Kuka at the wheel. So that was the one I told to keep an eye out just before those pits. That pit stop phase has now found himself in second. So although they've still got a pit stop to do, still looking fairly strong on their strategy is the number 347. But Viktor Ivanov, having just got into this car, very decent pace. I think they've demonstrated they've got the fastest. No, they don't have the fastest lapping class actually, but they are definitely up there. I think they're second fastest in terms of single lap pace across. Third even. But their last lap quicker than most, and they're holding on to that first place quite comfortably for the moment. 40 seconds almost to Marco Vinciulo with the Arms Turbo car. It's looking pretty strong for them.
I think so, yeah. I'm not entirely sure if they still owe us a pit stop, whether it is Viktor Ivanov and Thomas Kuka that still have to come into the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure. I think that's maybe me just not keeping a good eye out as I potentially could, but I'm fairly sure the Netrex are one of the cars that have been going that lap later relative to the likes of Go Team and things. So maybe we will see them able to stay in front after the pit lane sequence or whatever the changes are. But Viktor Ivanov now at the wheel, and he is still continuing on very, very well. Fantastic driver. I think Netrex have got a fantastic driver lineup. Obviously, the likes of Jake Dennehan, Viktor Ivanov as well. Very impressive in the Formula Simracing championships. Now very different, of course, format from single seaters to hypercars, but the skill is there, the talent is there, and they're really impressed in the LMP2s. They are really impressing in the DPIs as well. Second place to the 21 Simframe car. But 6.8 seconds now is the gap back to race clutch. Colin Spork is absolutely flying in that 14 machine. Danny Vandeney, the gap has almost been halved since the last time we checked in. Colin Spork, nothing is slowing him down.
Yeah, he is just an incredibly rapid driver. I don't know how he does it. I mean, his last lap's invalidated, so we can't actually see his relative pace, unfortunately. But we'll ride on board with him, I think, along the show. We're just joining in perhaps the least interesting bit to ride on board, but you can see just off in the distance there's another car. That is not the car he's chasing after, but we'll see it soon enough at the rate this driver is going. We can ride on board with him. We can see the lines he takes to make that DPI just an absolute speed machine, as it's just coming up to a Ferrari now. Going to slightly inhibit the exit here, but nothing too bad. You can see the blue flags flashing on the left, telling that GT to get out of the way as we speak about them. Some more GTs going into the pits. 20 minutes before the hour, once again. It's going to be weird for them at the end of the race. They're not used to this, and neither are we. So it's hard to judge all of the strategies now, because usually you can be pretty safe with the GTs judging when they're going to pit, but no longer is that the case as we go through the second chicane now, using all of the track and perhaps a little bit more right up to the lines. Of course, as long as one tire stays within the line, you're on the track. That's stipulated in the rules, with a nice little illustration as well. through towards Mulsanne now. You'll see him start braking just as you come up to that curb on the right-hand side, pushing it all the way to the left once more. Use that curb, it's very flat there. Most of the curves around this track are very kind, apart from those sausages on the inside of the Ford chicanes, and then back out onto the throttle once more, as you do for most of the lap.
The vast majority of it, yeah, absolutely. It very much is a straight line speed oriented circuit, which is why we've seen the likes of Peugeot, Mercedes design cars exclusively for Le Mans to try and reach speed targets through the Mulsanne straight, or the other one, or the back straight, whatever one you want to call it, whatever variation of the name. I'm sure I'm going to get a very angry David O'Reilly in the YouTube chat, and well, I'm sure that Aidan Millward, if he is still here, is probably going to also spark some conversation. But yeah, it very much is straight line speed orientated, and it is a test of engineering to see how fast you can get the car safely with the foot planted all the way. And well, Colin Spork, I think, has got the perfect balance of straight line speed to downforce, because look at how planted it is through the Porsche curves, to the left, then the right, now entering into the Corvette ones, and look at a little bit of a slide, but getting the slip angle perfectly and then flicking it. The change of direction there in DPIs is absolutely incredible, with how quickly they can shift one way then shift the other. Now in towards the Ford chicanes, the final two. Faster one up first, you brake at the start of the curb, you look to the left, you look to the right, you fling it over the sausage curbs, try not to use too much of them, of course. It's just astonishing how committed he is throwing the car over there, and he was able to gain a second and a half on Danny Van Der Neef through that sector alone.
Yeah, and he just looks so comfortable driving around this circuit, doesn't he? He's now down to under 5 seconds is the gap, but he doesn't seem to have a problem with anything. He uses the curbs to his advantage, getting as much rotation as possible. That being a 3:12.7, 1.5 seconds quicker, as you said, than Danny Van Der Neef. An incredible pace. He's lapping well over a second quicker than any other DPI on track at the moment, if not 2 seconds for some of them, which is very impressive. And you can see why rFactor are winning the championship, and why they have a good shout at winning this race. Although that is very early to say anything about the conclusion of this race, but looking very strong at least.
Always one of the why they have won 4 of the 7 races that we have had on display. We started all the way back at Monza for round number 1, and have since travelled around the globe. I mean, it has been one of the best calendars, I think, in terms of choice for the Virtual Endurance Championship. And well, I mean, obviously we had Monza for 6 hours, and the Atlas Spa, Laguna Seca to round off 2022. Then we kick-started 2023 in Daytona, and since then it's been a race every 4 weeks. Then we went to Road America, Sebring, Bahrain, and now here for the 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans. I have to say, we've been really spoiled with the calendar this year. I mean, obviously we had that little American sprint from Laguna Seca all the way to Sebring for a few months, but the diversity that we've had all over the globe in some of the world's most favourite circuits as well. I think with the addition of Bahrain as well for the 4 hours last month as well. Just so much choice, so much variation, and yet still we've had race cars, we've still had Simframe in the DPIs, and also the others in LMP2 and GT. They've still been the ones to rise to the occasion and be consistent on each and every single one of those occasions.
Yeah, and as you're saying, it's just such a huge variety. You think of Bahrain, a very modern, clean circuit, and you compare that to the surface of Sebring, you can really find 2 more different tracks. Even the American stint alone, that's what I love about going to America, is the tracks just in between themselves can vary so greatly, because Sebring's so flat and it's so rough, and then you compare that to just Laguna Seca, which is incredibly hilly. And all of these tracks, despite how different they are, as you say, there seem to be the teams that come out on top are ones that just are rapid everywhere. And I suppose that's how you win a championship, and that's why there's that's why Colin Spork and rFactor are so quick at the moment, making up positions that
Lale, we are sitting in P8, I believe,
in the first place. Already down to 2.5 seconds just over that last lap, closing up the gap.
P9 we are.
To Danny Van Der Neef. A 3:11.9 there. That's an absolutely scorching lap. Over 2 seconds quicker than the last lap of that Netrex GP car. Just incredible pace.
And you could just see it working its way through the Dunlop chicane. It's now in sight for Colin Spork. He can see his prey, and he is going to be hunting it down with each and every single apex that he takes in that race clutch machine. The gap now just 2 seconds to Danny Van Den Eyck, who in himself is not a slow driver by any stretch of the imagination. Just Colin Spork is making the most of every lap as well. Bit of a blip there from the Netflix Cup. I think we're all good. We're all safe still. No dramas to talk about, or is there?
I think
he has disconnected. Oh wow, okay, well that makes life easy for Colin Spork. It does not make life easy for Danny Van Den Eyck and Netrex GP. That is the second disconnect I think we've seen already today.
That's really unfortunate. They were looking so strong as well when Netrex. I don't know what's happened there for them, but
they will be rejoining, but no further threat, so that gives the podium if we just can keep the pace.
Because when you reconnect and you leave the pit lane on the same lap that you're on when you disconnect. That's a disaster, really. I mean, at least there's a lot of them further down. We'll go on, have a replay. Yeah, you can see it's like his connection was just playing up and going for a little adventure. It looks like into the woods of the Pays de la Loire. But hopefully they can reconnect and get back out on track. But that's really unfortunate for them. You've got to feel sorry for that.
Absolutely. Again, nothing that you can really do when it comes to disconnects and things. It's just one of those things you have to suck up and deal with. As unfortunate as it might be, you just got to, as you said, you just got to play with the cars that you've been dealt. And for Netrex, that's going to be a lap down and fighting their way back up.
Yeah, Christian, we never had this in the practice either.
Obviously from Division 2 into Division 1.
I don't really know what to say.
I would love
I was
to see
so
them do well,
surprised losing the car there
well.
after
Now what we have got is a direct
actually caught it. I mean, I was in a slip angle, I know,
but the top 2 in the championship, of course, as it stands, if things were to end right now and 4 points
I
were to
don't
be
know.
scored,
The moment
Lorenzo
it happened,
Arisi
I was like, I was just being a passenger. I did not actually know what was going on
and well,
with the fucking car.
As it would be to both. We've still got a long way to go. 21 hours, 10 minutes, and 25 seconds of racing action still here in France. And, well, as it stands, I think Lorenzo Arisi is the quicker of the 2 cars. Of course, Colin Spork has got a bit of traffic to contend with, but Lorenzo Arisi is putting in some good pace. But how much does that mean, really, for Lorenzo Arisi? Because as it stands, I mean, whether he finishes, 35 seconds in front of Colin Spork or 35 seconds behind Colin Spork, it doesn't really make much of a difference, because right now Spork is in a position that he's going to win the championship no matter what.
I suppose so, but I mean, they would have both been aware that the Netrex car has disconnected, and I think it's going to be quite a blunt reminder that that's always going to be a possibility for them. So I think for Lorenzo Arisi, just trying to get maximal pace at the moment, give as much of a buffer as possible to any issues that might turn up during the rest of the race. So it's still worth driving as quickly as possible, but it's going to be slightly disheartening knowing that there's nothing they can really do with the situation that is currently at hand, and it's a bit demoralizing, I guess, for them, but they just got to keep going, because as we've seen with Netrex disconnecting, that's possible, and that could happen to any one of their rivals and even themselves. So it's still very much worth driving as quickly as possible for.
Exactly. You never know what might come your way, what misfortune might strike, and we've seen it time and time again with complacency, getting too secure in your position, feeling too safe, and then that is exactly when motorsport will come back and bite you in the backside. So you've always got to be on it 110% of the way through. Speaking of pace differences, it must be said on that last lap, it was Colin Spork that was about 1.1 seconds quicker than Lorenzo Arisi, despite maybe some differences at different points on the circuit. And that's the thing, actually, with a circuit as long as Le Mans. It is the sense that it's such a long circuit with, straights and corners and high-speed corners as well. So much so that the differences of pace at different points of the circuit, Colin Spork might be quicker in a straight line as opposed to Lorenzo Arisi, who might be quicker in high-speed corners. We are going to see that throughout the race of teams setting up their cars differently and being quicker in different points of the circuit, as there is Van Den Eyck for Netrex GP. A quick rejoin and back out onto the circuit.
Yeah, as you were saying, the
I will be listening with one ear now.
Everyone really knows with Le Mans that the overtakes are made on the straights. So when it comes down to a one-on-one battle, obviously you can have the quickest setup in the world. If you've got 2 setups that are equally quick, one's quicker on the straights than in the corners, that's the one that's likely going to come out on top, because here it's the straights where those overtakes is where they happen, So we'll have to see what the relation is between those two drivers if and when they finally come together on the circuit. And look at this, those two LMP2s really not making it easy for Colin Swalk to find his way through. He's flashing his lights. He's not too happy about the situation he just found himself in. But yeah, good to see that Danny Van Der Neat is back out on track. That Netrex car is still going. It's a way down. It's not last though in its class, and still a long way to go. With lots of opportunity to try and make up what's been lost. We're going to go to Gabor Hevesi now, currently putting a lot of pressure onto Marco Vinciullo, trying to get the second of the 3 podium positions available in LMP2. As we go through Tech Rouge now, onto the first of 3 straights before the Mulsanne corner. Maximum speed, 0.3 of a second is the gap, 2.5 tenths. It was down to under a tenth through the Dunlop curve, so Gabor Hevesi maybe struggling a little bit through the S's. Could be the result of a lower downforce setup, which could have its advantage here. Is moving to the right hand side into the first chicane. Got a lot of speed there. He's got his headlights on. The other car doesn't, Vinciullo, but Vinciullo manages to hold out ahead. As soon as he pulled out of the slipstream, it seems that Gabor Hevesi didn't have the pace to find any way through, but still keeping the pressure on as we head onto the middle section of the Bernaudière straight. So please, O'Reilly. Still carrying on. This gap, 0.3 of a second, still, it doesn't seem to be closing up. I wonder maybe Hevesi's got higher downforce, which is like, so when he pulls out of that slipstream, it's like hitting a brick wall, just loses any overspeed that he had before.
Yeah, Christian, I agree.
Absolutely, and that is the thing.
I very much agree.
Is timing when you leave it. You don't want to get too close as to stall and lose that slingshot, but you don't want to leave it too early as to not get the most out of it. As Gabor Hevesi is trying to time it to perfection, pulls out to the right-hand side of the circuit, will give him the inside by the time they get to the Mulsanne corner. He's got the overlap for Go Team and back up the inside of the Arm Cyber car. Beautiful stuff from Hevesi. He retained second place, 43.5 seconds back off Netrex GP, which is not where they want to be at all, but still fighting for second place. There's also Michael Leroux and Patrick Rusnak are also going side by side. The other Go Team car making move to the inside of the Mulsanne corner as well.
Yeah, it seems that both Go Teams have decided to get in on some level of the action there. This is good news for Michael Leroux as well. That 37 car back up into contention.
And give over the car
positions now, because you've got to remember,
you will hand over the car to Damian, by the way, not to me.
For the championship in LMP2, this second of the 2 Go Teams. So being up in the order is going to be good news to them. 16 seconds is the gap in front. So that's going to have to get closed down, but it is certainly possible. And we'll keep an eye out on that battle. Just a little bit behind them between David Kolosai and Patrick Rusnak. The Force Slovakia and Simracing esports cars getting into quite a little tussle there. And a bit of traffic has finally separated them a little bit. But that battle is not decided. And we'll see this here, Patrick Rusnak with Force Slovakia having dropped back a little bit. He's going to have to try and close up that gap again as they run up towards the Porsche curves. But there's going to be a GT in the way, which is not going to help his efforts.
Absolutely not, for sure, especially when it comes to the quickest portion in terms of downforce capabilities on the circuit. But Rusnak is closing the gap now, only 1 second back to David Kolosai for what is 5th place in class, 1.2 seconds up to Michael Leroux for what will be 4th. And trying to make the most of each and every single overtake. The Force Slovakia car is definitely one, but catching the Yamaha Motorsport car, I think, probably the worst point possible through the chicane. Stop and start, and all Rusnak is going to want to do is put his foot down and catapult himself through. He's lost a second in that chicane alone by being behind the GT car. So Rusnak has got his work cut out for him to close the gap to Kolosai, but as soon as you're in that slipstream, you're stuck. You've cast your hook, you've latched onto the rear end of the car in front, and then it's just a case of reeling them in, particularly if Kolosai is able to close the gap to Leroux and they can have a bit of a tussle.
Most definitely, yeah. We have a 3-way battle emerge between these drivers. If we're lucky, they're pretty much equal on pace, it seems. Obviously not a brilliant lap for Rusnak, but he got a bit tangled up in traffic. He's looking to close it up fairly quickly. But Michael Leroux back out in the lead of this pack. He's got a second or so breathing run to Patrick Rusnak. But as you said, once you get into that slipstream, it's much harder to get shaken off. You've got to hope for something else, for example, some traffic to help you break up that gap. But of course, traffic can work both ways. It can work to close the gap as well, which is what we might see here if this Ferrari slightly hinders Leroux's exit that gap now is down to 0.8 of a second, so maybe slightly beneficial. But also at this point on the track as well, Rusnak is going to be getting, Kalasai rather, is going to be getting a slightly distant slipstream. What it does mean though is that Kalasai is going to get pulled away from Rusnak, in fact, and it's going to make it harder for Rusnak to pose a challenge as well. So it seems that this battle has sort of been stretched out once more, and it's just become a two-way battle again.
I think so, yeah, just ever so slightly. I don't know if Rusnak quite has the pace to keep in touch with the top two. That's not to say things won't change as the race progresses, because they have, they will, and they have already. And we're now approaching 3 hours into the 24 Hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans for the 8th and final round of season 15. It's been a long calendar. It's been a long season as well, all the way back to the 22nd of August of 2022, a long time ago. But it's gone very quickly, particularly with the recent swing of a race every 4 weeks to keep things fresh and to keep us entertained in terms of season 15 action, because with each and every single race that we go to, we always want more of it. The Netrex GP DPI of Danny Vandeney back into the pit lane. I think this is just for a general service, obviously, with the couple of seconds that they were disconnected for, that have sort of knocked them off sequence ever so slightly. So they're into the pit lane for their service. But, well, Lorenzo Risi also come into the pit lane for the Simracing Esports DPI as well. Colin Spork has been able to take the lead of the race. So, well, shake-up still happening up and down the DPI field. The biggest championship margin to the sides, but also maybe one of the most interesting of the three also. In terms of the GTEs, talking of upsets in the championship,
so guys,
and things
we're about
like
to make
that,
our next pit stop in 30 minutes. Swapping over the car to Damien then.
NeedRacing.com car as well. I think it is Jonas Dres. There he is, still struggling to get onto the back. He's still, I think, 3 laps off the next car. Indeed, so that is going to be of Robin Wagler for 19th place overall. So it's still a long charge up to the top of the timing tower for NeedRacing.com, and with each hour that goes past, there's going to be another hour where potentially they might be scared that the championship is going to slip through their fingers.
Yeah, and it's very frustrating, especially as this is something that they didn't have control over, that's caused this issue, I think. And I mean, we've all been there, turned up to a 24-hour race, been the first driver and crashed it, or at least I've been there. My team weren't very happy, but that you can sort of move out of your mind as something that you had control over, or at least your teammate, in my case, me, caused. Whereas where it's something that you should have no control over, it's so demoralising, because there was nothing you could have done about it in the first place. And very good to see them still going, and they're still going fairly strong. They have made up one position. They'll be looking to make up more. They're lapping fairly quickly. They're lapping quicker than the next sort of 5 cars or so in front of them. And if they keep chipping away, they might be able to start squeezing their way back up. But it is going to be, as you said, a very long haul if they want to find themselves back up and competing for the championship. And it's probably not going to be a very brilliant atmosphere on the radio of that car at the moment, I wouldn't have thought.
To say the least, absolutely not. For sure, as into the pit lane comes those that still owe us a pit stop. The likes of Seawolf Net Race, Race Clutch, and the other Simframe car as well of Alex Beggy. Juan Carlos Fernandez also in for the number 2 machine of DX Droids. So Lorenzo Risi taking back the lead of the race. What is going to be the gap, though, to Colin Spork? I think it is going to stabilise around about 26 seconds or so, which is about 11 seconds less than it was about 20 minutes ago. So Colin Spork setting some blisteringly quick lap times and chipping away at the gap for the lead in the DPIs. The best way to win a championship is to do it with a race victory as well, particularly when you had 3 drive-throughs to kickstart the race. Let's not talk too much about race victory as of yet, though. Let's talk more about track position and things. Who's going to win on the race out of pit lane between DX Droids and Simframe? Carlos Fernandez and Alex Beggy will race each other off the exit of to begin their next stint. We've also got David Berenek and also Maximilian Scheider also keeping each other for company as well in this fight for 10th place in the LMP2s. The other for Slovakia car, this one is the 347, as opposed to the one a little bit further up of the 348 of Patrick Rusnak. But good little fight here for the top 10. It's always nice to sort of get yourself one of those, I guess, meaningful milestones. You know, it's better to say you finished 10th than you finished 11th.
Yeah, most certainly. It feels better being in the top 10 than in the top 15, of course, and it is obviously better. But this is, yeah, it's right on the boundary, so it means even more to be fighting for this position. As you said, Maximilian Shida putting on pressure, in fact, getting past quite easily there under brakes into the Mulsank. Oh, there's a GT round that's on the Ferraris. I'm not sure which one that is. Fortunately, no one getting tangled up in that, but that could mean more for this battle. David Berenek still looking to perhaps find a way back through, but that gap's a bit too big now for anything to come of it. So quite comfortably there is Maximilian Shida into the 10th place for the time being anyway.
Yes, for now. Again, it's always for now. It's always ifs and buts and maybes and what could come about in future. It's always looking to the future as to what's going to happen. But right now, you're living in the present. You've got to make the most of the situation at hand. You've got to carve your way through the field as effectively as possible. And while you might not keep that 10th place, it's always a good step forward to maximise your pace throughout the race. Danny Van Den Eek, Netrex GP back into the pit lane again. Is that to end their race? I think so. It's showing DNF on the timing screens, and it might either be another disconnect or day done for the 208. Would be a shame either way, considering their pace that they've had up until now. Maybe Danny Van Den Eek's internet connection isn't as strong potentially as it could be. We'll take a look as to what happened. This is the Netrex GP car in a similar place on circuit to where it happened last time. Another disconnect for Netrex GP and another lap lost.
Unfortunately, so they've been so unfortunate. They were second not half an hour ago, and it's sort of fallen apart for them. Hopefully they keep going. Hopefully they just make it to the end, because just making it to the end of a 24-hour race is an achievement in and of itself. So hopefully that's motivation enough for them to keep going. And I know they will be very disappointed that they're not where they could have been. Perhaps it was just never meant to be. But hopefully they do.
Damien, I have no audio.
Maybe change the driver as well if Danny Van Den Eek's connection doesn't seem to be sufficient. We've got Lorenzo Arisi in the lead now. Only 25 seconds clear of Collins Sport, who has just made a pit stop, I believe. This is a battle that...
yeah, Christian, I agree.
Perhaps at the
His
pace
clutch
that
is
Collins
quick.
Sport's going, within the next hour. Within the next hour, sort of unfolds. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But what's very interesting is the way the calendar has fallen is that we've had the shortest race of the season happen right before the longest race of the season. That's provided very interesting juxtaposition, because they've gone from essentially, well, by comparison at least, having a sprint race to having a very much a proper endurance race. And it's made it's two very different approaches that you take to those sorts of races, a 4-hour versus 24. And I think very nice juxtaposition, especially to watch, because you have these two very different styles of driving.
You need to
but also
stream
maybe a bit of a head scratcher, because it sort of puts them
application,
out
I
of
think,
shape,
or like
perhaps.
whatever
They're
you
not,
picked before.
rather than having a long endurance race followed by a longer endurance race, it's a very short race followed by a very long race. Creates an interesting dynamic, I think, and I think it was a good feature of the calendar.
Absolutely, and flexing your English GCSE there with a good old juxtaposition.
Of
Oh
course.
my word, I got sick to death of writing that in my exams. Oh my word.
Oh, I never had to do them.
Oh, what really?
Oh, no.
COVID, weren't you?
Yeah.
Lucky. I was the first year back of exams. Fantastic that was.
Oh, what fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Enjoyed it. Managed to get an 8 and a 7 though in my two English, so it worked. Flexing the juxtapositions and things with good old Shakespeare and whatever. But anyway, yeah, fun stuff. Funnily enough, actually, me and Lewis spoke about Shakespeare on this same race last year, about Romeo's unrequited love with Rosaline. Anyway, that is besides the point. That's back when I was actually doing GCSEs and not tinkering with cars in college. But anyway, yeah, absolutely, it's a fantastic juxtaposition between the shortest race of the season, followed very quickly by the longest one, because it is a very opposing spectrum. You know, essentially, we've already done. We're now into the final hour of Bahrain, if you will, and yet we've not even made a dent into the 24 hours that we've got here. So compared to Le Mans, Bahrain was the sprint race leading up into Le Mans. So yeah, very, very quick, very, very sprint-esque. It's the sprint race of the season, 4 hours. You know, it's the shortest class of endurance race I think that you possibly can get. Obviously 6 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours means a little bit more.
No, it's like not.
But yeah, the Bahrain
not
race was
muted.
more of a sprint to the finish. This is definitely more of an endurance mindset, and it is very difficult to switch between the two mindsets and switch on. As you can see, the rolling order at the top of your screen of the updates up until now, cycling your way through the DPIs all the way back to First Esports in 7th, Satellite Racing in 8th. Then obviously Danny Van Den Eet and Netrex with Satellite Racing, the other car rounding off the top 10. Then it comes to LMP2s, and that's been a very interesting affair for Netrex GP. They've been up there leading the way in P1 with Go Team at the 47 machine in second. Not the championship protagonist of the 37. No. That's in 4th place, just in behind Arm Cyber with Simframe rounding off the top 5. Then comes Force Slovakia, really impressive. The other Simframe car in 7th with
It is huge
Team
fun.
Iris there in 8th. This
For
is the
sure.
fight, though, between Go Team, the leader of the championship in the 37, Mikola Rube, followed by David Koloksai. You can see the rest of these standings cycling away at the top of your screen. But this fight right here has been, well, a long time coming. I think Koloksai has been waiting in the wings, waiting to close the gap under a second, and now he might find himself knocking on the door for a top 4.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, LMP2 has just been a very odd story altogether. It doesn't seem to be following any script that we've seen before, which is all obviously very good. And yeah, at the moment, Kalasai looking to take that 4th place off Michael Leroux. But also, Leroux, that Go Team car, has been closing up gradually towards Marco Vinchulo and that 3rd of 3 podium positions. So it could go either way. I think, in fact, we might be able to just about see Vinchulo up the road there. That was at the bottom of our screens. But for the moment, David Kalasai, maybe sitting back for the moment, taking it nice and comfortable, of course. As I was saying, we're basically doing
keep it up.
Bahrain and then doing it 5 more times over the course of this race.
The mixer.
So still, when you quantify it like that, we've got such a long way to go. And at the moment, maybe it's best for Kalasai to just sit behind, not ruin a stint, which could come back to bite you at the end of the race. But instead, maybe save some fuel, get this stint going an extra lap longer, which when the lap is 3.5 minutes, is a fairly significant amount if you can manage it, and just keep going round. But at the moment, just having a look around, that Netrex GP car in the lead of LMP2 has just such a commanding position at the moment. 40 seconds behind is Gabor Hevesi in the 47 Go Team. Good news that I think the Netrex car in the Netrex DPI, funny enough, they're now next to each other in the on the timing screen of the 2 Netrex cars, despite being 2 different classes. I think Danny Van Den Eet has reconnected. Hopefully,
I gifted you some nitro, by the way.
But yeah, at the moment you can see Kalasai just sitting quite comfortably behind Leroux, and I think that might just be his approach until at least the next, or at least the end of this stint.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yes, as it
Just
stands,
extremely
I think it is still
pixeling.
showing Van Den Eet is in the pit lane, so not back out on circuit as of yet, but it's not showing DNF, it's showing pit, as Rob van Starkenberg is in, speak of the devil, and is out of the pit lane, rolling his way to the exit of the pit lane and, well, back onto circuit. So it's a good thing that Starkenberg was still available, because that was sort of my fear for Netrex GP, is the sense that they haven't actually got a feasible replacement for Danny Van Den Eet, because they've drafted their schedule. You're in the car at this point, we're doing this, we're doing that, that's our plan, that's your availability. And for it to suddenly change with Van Den Eet's maybe dodgy connection would be, well, Starkenberg, let's hope he's not ran off to get some food or do some shopping or whatever. He is actually available to jump back into the car, and he is available to take the wheel and continue on Netrex's charge, albeit a long way down compared to where they were when they first disconnected. Up in 2nd place in the DPI category was Netrex, and now they're down in 10th last and a couple laps off at the race lead. So we wait and see as to where they can get back up to in the coming moments, because, well, as I say, they've still got 20 hours, 48 minutes odds left to get the job done. So anything can happen between now and then. It is just going to mean that they've got to be on it from now until the checkered flag if they want any hope of still coming out on top. This fight here, Andy Dixie for Speedway Racing, continuing a fight with Eduardo Garcia just in front. That's the DX Droids Porsche, and fighting over 12th place. So good little pockets of battles continuing on, even though we are sort of a few hours and very sort of cemented into this race. There are still these pockets of battles with people still close together.
Yeah, and I'm just having a look at the rules at the moment. With Starkenberg getting back into the Netrex car, the rules stipulate that one driver cannot complete more than 70% of the race. And at the moment, he's already done one stint and he's back in. So hopefully they have a third driver as well. They can sort of share the load between. Obviously, you can have between 2 and 5 drivers per race. So it will be interesting to see about that. I don't think there's a minimum distance a driver has to complete, though. So that sort of balances out. But we're going to go down to Thomas Ahrens now with Scuderia Leone. A car we've seen a fair bit of throughout the course of this race. Currently in 16th place, looking to improve that to 15th as it's the CFAT car once more that they find themselves in a battle with Martin Ullmann at the wheel of that vehicle. We can ride on board with him now, currently the number 277. Looking over the rear wing, you can see a DPI passing on the right hand side, and now we enter onto the straight, and hopefully we'll see this gap get closer and closer. Fortunately, the spoiler almost acts as a marker to see whether that gap's getting bigger or smaller. At the moment, it's staying pretty much the same. As they get up to speed, the slipstream becomes more and more powerful as air resistance on that lead car increases, whereas it doesn't really apply so much to the following car, that's Scuderia Leone, as they go into the braking zone for the first chicane. Doesn't seem to be an opportunity there. Looks like a slightly later apex for Ullmann, which could give a better exit and more speed onto the straight. And it's looking fairly comfortable, actually, along these straights as that Porsche, with that Corvette following.
For sure, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Porsche and the Corvette, I think, are probably fairly even in terms of their balance of performance pace. And these two cars in particular have not left each other alone at all for the entire duration. It's always been for the same position as well, for P15 or 16, 17, that sort of plus or minus 3 that little train that they've been in for the entire race up until now. It's been a nice little rivalry, and one that I'm sure will follow for the rest of the race to come. And what can Thomas Ahrens do in finding his way back past the rFactor Performance Porsche? That is one that remains to be seen. Also, Speedy Mite and Dick Stroid's not separated by much still. Andy Dixie able to get himself ahead of Eduardo Garcia, but that gap is going to start increasing. Just looking up and down the timing tower as to who else is close. Colin Spork able to close the gap by about another second or so. Every few minutes he's able to claw back some more time. The gap about 23.5 seconds, but that chops and change in terms of traffic. And that's the thing now. Colin Spork, I think, has met his match. He's not significantly quicker than Lorenzo Arisi in order to charge his way through like he's done with the rest of the DPI field. Lorenzo Arisi is able to keep him honest, and I think it's now coming to a point where the gap is going to start to stabilize, and some fluctuations will be done with traffic and things, and obviously differences in pace, because Colin Spork, I think, is ever so slightly quicker than Lorenzo Arisi, but not enough to really make much of a dent. I think the gap between Sim Freeman Race Clutch is going to be one of those ones that is going to be decided in strategy and clawed down bit by bit.
Yeah, I guess we leave it.
Yeah, most certainly. I think that it's going to start to even itself out now. We have got a proper spread across the whole circuit of everyone. The race is really sort of finally settling into, I think, its overall structure for its the remaining section of the race. As you said, Colin Spork not really closing up anymore, maybe chipping away ever so slightly, but that rate of change has really gone down, and I think maybe just settling in for the long run. Doesn't really have to worry about Jan Kattau behind him. That Seawolf Net Race car is about 37 seconds behind, and that gap's still going up, I think. So for the moment, Colin Spork maybe just settling in. Of course, the gap is still going down, but he doesn't need to push so hard, because of course when you push, there's increased risk of mistake. And Lorenzo Arisi still got a fairly comfortable gap behind, but we'll have to start getting a little bit worried as that race car gets closer and closer to them.
Yeah, if the majority does so, then we should indeed do that.
Absolutely. Lorenzo Arisi is in no form to be getting complacent. He's got to be pushing that car to the best of its limits and trying to stabilise the gap or grow it, because that second here and there is going to add up, and it could be the difference in 20 hours time when they've about to make their final pit stop and about to charge to the checker flag. It's a long way away, but you've got to be thinking about it now. You've got to be thinking which of your actions are going to have which consequence. How is the branch of the race going to change as Victor Ivanov is into the pit lane for LMP2? And is he going to be followed in by the likes of Hevesy, LaRue, etc., in that LMP2 field? He's been able to put himself in such a position where he is able to dictate the strategy a little bit more and chill out, I suppose, is the crudest way to put it for Victor Ivanov. He's had the gap as Visceral Esports come into the pit lane as well. Go team in the form of the 47 Gabba Hevesy going into the pit lane also. So well, plenty of strategical dynamics to sink our teeth into across all 3 categories.
Yeah, and it looks like Michael Leroux in as well. Will the Force Slovakia follow suit? Is my
I sent
question.
you a PM.
Because they don't
See
seem
yourself.
to like following the rest of the order, but we shall see. Patrick Rusinak in the wheel of that guy, he does go in as well. So it seems that for the most part, the LMP2s are on a pretty even strategy, more so than can be said for for the other 2 categories. But yeah, as you said, Victor Ivanov back out in front. That Netrex car is just rapid in LMP2 and still looking quite comfortable, whereas really contrasts with the lead of the DPI class, which is strong, but it's not necessarily commanding, because we know that race clutch car has the capacity to close down the gap. Although that said, it's still staying around 23 seconds, so looking a little bit more comfortable at the moment. And brief yellow flags out as quickly as they came out, rather. But at the moment, yeah, things seem to be settling down a little bit. I think LMP2 is where is going to be our source of drama for the next little section of the race anyway. David Kalosai very close now behind Marco Vinchulo. That's just 0.3 seconds. Before the stops, that was much greater. So we'll move over to that battle now as they're heading up the hill towards the Dunlop chicane, on the exit rather, through the S's. This is fairly close between them, and also we've got we've got a battle for 4th place. David Kalosai here putting the pressure on that gap now.
No change, Damian.
2 tenths of a second. We saw these guys battling quite closely. In fact, Michael Leroux has
I think we should
past
just
Marco
leave.
Vinchulo and is now on the podium positions, reuniting the Go Team cars on the leaderboard. And it looks like David Kalosai is looking to get past Vinchulo.
I don't think there is a way, really.
So this could be quite a bad lap for the Arms Surbat outfit.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe so. Losing that momentum ever so slightly. But Kalosai is looking to the inside. Late on the brakes, though, from the Arms Cyber car. Brilliant stuff from Vinchulo to keep that car in 4th place. 1 second back to Go Team. Kalosai is going to be looking to fight his way through as effectively as possible for Simracing Esports in the slipstream of the Arms Cyber car on that run in towards the 2nd chicane on this back straight. And now, closing the gap bit by bit, they've got the Arnage Porsche to negotiate as well. 2 tenths of a second is it strike zone for Kalosai. Flash the headlights to say move out of the way. 3 wide into the chicane. Kalosai late on the brakes. Is it late enough? He squeezes the Simracing car through. Arms Cyber down to 5th. Simracing up to 4th.
That was very nicely done there, seeing the gap and making the most of it. I'm not sure that Vinchulo was totally expecting a move to be made there, but it was, and Kalosai making the most of it. Quite a fantastic move there. Now in a very stable position to start chasing down Michael Leroux again. That battle's still ongoing, and it looks like it won't be decided for quite some time. Whereas I think Vinchulo will probably fairly swiftly start dropping back. We've got the Force Slovakia by RGPL, that number 347, owes a pit stop, I think, behind Vinchulo, but it's not really closing up at the moment. It's about 10 seconds back, so that seems to be fairly stable for the time being. But Kalosai still on a move up the order, looking fairly good, I think.
Yes, for sure. I think it's looking okay, but you can never get too comfortable when it comes to endurance races. As I was saying on, as soon as you slip into that mindset of complacency, the sooner that things can go wrong, essentially. So you've got to make sure you're keeping your mind fresh and not falling victim to getting comfortable. Always expect the unexpected, always expect something to go wrong at some point, always expect things to not go your way, and be ready to deal with each and every single one of those situations, how to recover best from them, how to maybe avoid them, see them coming, preempt them, and, well, hopefully not tumble your way down the order like we've seen time and time again. NeedRacing.com and Netrex GP and the GT and DPI respectively. You've got to make sure that you're keeping yourself honest and making sure that you're not falling victim to slipping into any form of lapse of concentrations. We're now approaching about 3.5 hours in. We are waiting for the next round maybe of DPI pit stops in the coming moments. But as it stands, nothing major to talk about on-track action apart from David Kalosai on the rear end, maybe, of the Go Team car of Michael Leroux, who is up now into 3rd place in the LMP2 standings, which is still ahead of who they need to be ahead of, which is the 36 Simracing car, who is, as it stands, Rick Van Nel, all the way down here in P8. So, at least for Go Team, it's not beating their sister car so far, but it's beating who they need to beat in order to secure the championship.
Yeah, they have just got to keep it going and keep it comfortable. Speaking of things going on the track, it looks like Colin Swalk has renewed his surge forwards. His last lap, a 3:13. Now he's got the gap under 20 seconds now. Obviously, we're not going to see the fruit of that for some time yet, especially if we're expecting the next phase of pit stops for the DPIs. But at the moment, it seems that those who are looking to win their championships, at least in the prototype categories, are on the way to doing so. The same cannot be said for GT, of course, with it not going too well for needracing.com. They're still sitting in 20th with a long way to 19th in front of them. This is Rick Van Eller here in the Simracing car in 8th place in class, which is 18th overall. At the moment, 7.5 seconds behind Patrick Rusinak in the Force Slovakia car, and a fairly decent gap behind to Sven Goldherd in Team Iris. So a bit of a way to make up for Rick Van Eller if they want to start challenging again for the championship.
Indeed so, but let's not forget it is a long haul, as we've said time and time again, until we're almost purple in the face. This race is not over until it's over. 20.5 hours left to go. That is still 8 hours longer than any race we've had so far this season, which, you know, despite the hardships that have already happened so far this race, there is still so much more time to recover from it. You have got a vast amount of opportunity between now and then. So Rick Van Alt for the 36 Simracing car, do not count them out until they have crossed the checkered flag, and that is when it's done. The DPI Simracing car works their way past as well, so nice little picturesque shot there for Simracing. Of course, their overlap between the two categories. Lorenzo Arisi, by the way, speaking of that DPI car, 17.5 seconds clear at Colin Spork for race clutch, with a little bit of a slide there from Rick Van Al. So as much as they need to move their way forward, they need to sort of focus on getting that car under wraps first.
Yeah, maybe keep it pointing forward as well, but managed to hold on to it enough to get away with that. Yeah, it's a long way to go, as you said. Not over till the Fat Lady sings, which is how opera ends, I think. I think that's what that's from anyway. Yeah, until the checkered flag is waved. And we've seen that the disconnections are possible. In fact, they're probable. We've already had 2 cars affected, 3 overall, I think, through the course of the race. So anything can really happen. There's all sorts of things that can go right or can go wrong. So definitely they've just got to keep their heads down and focus on getting to that checkered flag as quickly as possible. Because that is their best hope, and you never know, something might just fall their way. There might be contact, in fact, between classes, although that's something, despite it being a fairly packed grid. We've got 46 cars out on track at the moment, not too much contact in between classes, which I think everyone on track is probably quite thankful for, because it's one thing crashing into someone you're racing, it's another thing crashing into someone who has no bearing on the outcome of your race whatsoever.
Yes, and you also don't want to be that guy who ruins the championship fight for someone, because you would never ever hear the end of it, even if it's not your fault. Just being involved in the incident would probably spark controversy. But yeah, we have seen really good driving standards, both from
target is 8.1
in-class battles and also across the inter-class battles with lap traffic and things like that. So
it's doable.
We have seen some really nice driving standards. Everyone keeping it nice and clean. No major incidents, bar I think the Simracing car looking to the inside of someone earlier on and seeing themselves spin round, doing the pirouette and pointing back the right way. Apart from that, I can't name a massive incident. Actually, no, I can. In the opening moments, we saw one of the Ferraris go straight into the back of one of the Visceral cars, I think it was, and also on the open lap with one of the LMP2s going straight into the back of someone.
Hey,
But since the race has got
Goldwinger,
underway
race is
properly, we
not
have seen
going
that
so
nice
great, to
rhythm
be
of
honest.
things, everyone lapping nicely, no massive issues in terms of lap traffic
stupid
or things.
incident, lap 1.
That's not to say it won't change. I think as soon as
On
we
a
get
track
into the
glitch,
night,
or
as we've
well,
touched
not
on
sure
already,
you
the
wanted to call it a
brutality of
track glitch
nighttime
really,
at
but
Le Mans
yeah.
or any endurance race really.
We were unlucky,
That's
let's
where
say.
we might see some things change and see some very interesting displays of maybe some lapse in judgment, fatigue, tiredness, anything coming in their way that could potentially maybe cloud the judgment of some lapping cars that might well shake up the order of the race.
Yeah, and even in dusk and at dawn, when that sun's low, it does make it much harder to see. I'm not entirely sure what the how the sun sort of sets in relation to the circuit. I'll have to have a look at a map off the track. find out where it lies. But that makes it harder to see who's behind you, who's in front of you. Of course, headlights make it a little bit harder to judge because you can't really see the car so much. You can judge, you can work out what car it is by the headlights, but it just makes things a little bit more difficult because you get that glare, which is sort of shown in the graphics of the game, and it's just darker. And there's not that much actual track lighting apart from in the sort of stadium area around the start-finish line. So you're pretty much reliant on your headlights for most of the lap as soon as you get past sort of the Dunlop chicane until you arrive around the Porsche curves. And that's where things can go wrong. Maybe you just miss a braking marker because you might be able to see it perfectly fine in the day, but as soon as it gets to night, you don't realise. Now, of course, that's what practicing's for. But of course, you never know what can happen. You've got to be extra careful about that sort of thing, especially when it is such a long race, and you don't want to be the person on your team who
simply
the
don't
car
lose it.
and then compromises the race for the rest of your teammates.
Like if you feel being on the edge,
it just
don't
never,
drive as
it's
fast.
a horrible feeling.
Go even slower. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, again, it's a case of not being that guy. When you are a part of an endurance team, you carry the weight of the race, not only of your own one, but your teammates' one, and also every single person around you and all of their teammates as well at the same time. So, yeah, you make sure the pressure is on each and every single time you get into the car, not to mess up for yourself, for your team, for anyone else that's driving around you as well. It's quite the pressure to deal with. Not only that, but for the likes of Race Clutch, Simframe, Go Team, Knee Racing, Juices, they've all got the pressure not only of that, but also of the championship, and that's going to double up on the minds of the drivers who might be a little bit less confident or not feel as comfortable in the car. Whatever it is going to be a massive task for each and every single one of them, and the mental game of that is definitely going to be quite difficult. So you've got to keep yourself honest, whether that's keeping yourself focused with trying to close the gap to a car in front, increase the gap to the car behind, hit a certain fuel target, keep the tyres alive for X amount of laps, hit a certain lap time target as well. Something to keep your mind engaged, something to keep you going, something to keep you motivated, something to focus on and not let yourself stray away or indulge in the overthinking of, what's going to happen with the championship. You don't want to worry about that. You want to drive the car as quickly as you can within the limits of the car as consistently as you can. So, yeah, it is a difficult one, the 24 hours, because there is just so much that goes on. Even something that might just seem such like an overthought, like coming into your pit box. Something as trivial as that can really make such the big difference, particularly when you get into the night time, particularly when things are tired, you're not thinking straight, and you're not thinking about all those little nuances like pulling into the pit lane properly or getting into your pit box or anything like that, hitting the right apex. Something as small and as trivial as that can have such the big knock-on effect. So always something to keep an eye out for, and always something to keep yourself occupied with as well, because it's the 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Come on, let's not forget, it is always going to be difficult, and that's the point of it. The most difficult race for the closest of championships, and that's what's on offer for today. So yes, absolutely looking forward to seeing the development throughout the race. But we've also, following on this battle right here, Michael LaRue for Go Team, the championship leaders in LMP2. They've got David Coloxite just in behind in the 34 Simframe car. That is not the one directly behind them in the championship, but it's a Simframe nonetheless, and it's a battle on track nonetheless as well.
Yeah, this is a battle that's been sort of bubbling away for the duration of sort of the last hour or so, I think. Coloxite just maintaining a constant presence behind Michael LaRue, but he doesn't seem to be posing too much of a threat for the time being. One thing that we haven't seen much of, to be fair, are drive-through penalties for track extensions, because they can be quite easily made, and I assume we'll see more, because they're just minor slip-ups, but they add up. And if you do get a drive-through penalty, of course, it's not so damaging here, as you said earlier. Spa, if you go through the endurance pit lane there with a drive-through, that's damaging. But here it's not so bad, and also the pit lane as a proportion of the whole lap is not so bad either. But that's something I think we will see a little bit more of as we get in towards the night, and just those little mistakes start to creep through. Although that being said, we do have some of the finest drivers in esports at the moment competing, and that means the competition is even stronger, and it makes each of those mistakes even more costly. And speaking of which, Colin Sport still closing up to Lorenzo Arisi, that gap down to under 17 seconds, so I think last time we talked about it, it was 20 seconds, so it's going down, not very quickly. But also about the sunset, so it's sort of blinding into Indianapolis, which is not too bad, according to the YouTube comment section, but the sunrise at Tetra Rouge, when you're trying to get the apex, because there is only one line through Tetra Rouge, and if you get it wrong, it's not going to be a good day for you. That's going to be quite difficult, especially if you're following other cars, because you can't quite see what's happening ahead, especially as you're going uphill. But we've got Michael Leroux at the moment still in this third place, looking fairly comfortable as the number 347 for Slovakia.
Jorge Rafael, thank you for your follow on Twitch. Much appreciated.
The rest of the LMP2s.
So Damian is in the car now. When Damian gets out of the car, we are going to get back into the car.
At the moment, there you can see him. Not sure if they're taking tyres. It doesn't
look
like it.
We will love this.
Its jacks. So we'll go straight back to our battle with Michael Leroux. And I don't know, Kanosai looks to me maybe thinking about posing an actual threat now, maybe getting past. This could be soon at least his opportunity. He's really closing down the gap now. It's up to 3 or 4 tenths of a second now. So this will be interesting to see what Kanosai decides to do. Whether he just sits behind and stays comfortable, keeps that fuel down, try and reduce his tyre wear for the overall scope of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen that David Clockseye is not a stranger to being let in the brakes. We saw it with his move past Vinchudo and the ARM Cybercar, and the way that he was very late in the brakes, very committed, saw the gap, committed to it. You can see the difference in line going into the second chicane, in the sense that you saw Michael Leroux use a lot more of the circuit than Clockseye did, but fairly even in terms of the overall pace of the corner. I think Leroux just able to get a little bit of a better exit, which is very important for him and his run. Able to keep Clockseye at bay, because you've got to be quick on the corner exits, you've got to be quick on the straights, because that is mainly where Clockseye is going to get the run. But look at how much braver Clockseye is on the brakes. He's able to close a 1/10.5 exclusively there alone. But then on the exit, Leroux is able to get the power down effectively, and maybe Clockseye could get the run into Indianapolis. It's just not enough. Clockseye's there, but he's not quite close enough to see him pass the Go Team car. Speaking of, meanwhile, we saw the Simframe car go into the pit lane. Christian Malguera now back at the wheel of the 21 Simframe car. Colin Spork into the race lead. He still owes us a pit stop. So a bit of a difference in strategy between the top two in the race and the top two in the championship as well. So yeah, well, very, very good stuff on offer. Back to the fight with Leroux and Clockseye though, because they're still separated by not very much. And also, we've got Patrick Rusnak for Slovakia, joined in company by Rick Van El for Simframe as well. So the two Simframe cars in pursuit.
Yeah, and I think something's happened to the number 205 Satellite Racing that seems to drop down the order like a stone. So perhaps a disconnection there. But as you're saying, Patrick Rusnak now at the moment for Slovakia, finding himself once again at the centre of attention. But Rick Van El putting on some good pressure here as Simframe look to try and close up the gaps in front and continue posing a threat to the championship that is currently held by the number 37 Go Team car. So we'll see how this all develops. But Rusnak is under pretty heavy pressure. He was slower last lap by about a second, so one expects Rick Van El to get past, but looks a little bit out of shape, does the Simframe car at the moment, as they navigate round that Ferrari, that GT, going onto the grass a little bit, kicking up some dust through the Corvette curves, and now we head towards the Ford chicanes. Neither are expecting to make a pit stop here, so this should carry on into the... Oh, I was going to say, like Rusnak almost thought about going into the pit lane. He's missed the chicane there. That's going to add to a potential penalty for them, so that's not good, but it does mean they hold on to that position for now.
It does mean that indeed. I mean, yeah, okay, we'll wait and see as to the consequence of their actions, but who knows what is to come about. Also, that fight a little bit further up, Clockseye still on the back of Michael Leroux, a lot closer this time. They've got the Porsche just in front, but on a straight line, shouldn't pose much of a threat. Michael Leroux now under threat as David Clockseye looks to the left-hand side. It'll be the outside for the first chicane, but it ducks back to the inside for the second part if he can keep his nose there. Both go to the right-hand side of the Porsche, and there we go, bringing it to the left-hand side to sweep his way all the way, the long way round. David Clockseye inside for the second part, but Michael Leroux keeps his foot and keeps the momentum up and keeps the position as they leave the first chicane. Now it's the dash towards the second. Has Clockseye got the run there? That was well defended from Leroux.
Yeah, that was very nicely done. Although one wonders how long is he going to be able to keep that up, because it does seem that Clockseye is the quicker of the two drivers. given by the threat he's currently posing. As they go towards the second chicane, though, maybe putting off the potential overtake there, LaRue, for another lap, as Kawasai's going to have to recompose himself and try and find another opportunity, which might not come up for a little while because he's been sat behind for quite some time. And that's the first overtake we've seen him make in the last few laps, or overtake attempt at least. But that is the beauty of those chicanes, is that there's an advantage to going down the inside of them, but there's also an advantage to staying on the outside, especially if you're defending. So they offer quite a few options, I think, and it makes the racing through them very interesting. It's not a simple overtake, just get it down the inside, get it past. You've got to get it down, you've got to hold it down and make sure that they don't come back at you, as well as being concerned about the long straights either end of those chicanes. So lots of options there, and Michael LaRue making the most of them to hold on to that third position for the time being.
Indeed so. He's still in front as it stands, and that is going to be to his delight, I think, as Koloksai is still unable to find a way through. Jan Katal and Colin Spork both in for the DPIs. They've also got then Juan Carlos Fernandez following them in, so Christian Marguera on the lap previous was able to take the lead, the wheel of the Simracing car, and then subsequently the lead after
laps,
Colin
I will
Spork
try
came into the
11
pit
and see
lane.
what happens.
He leaves, and what is the gap between them? I think it is going to stabilise at around about 55 seconds, so maybe taking tyres there, Colin Spork, and losing a bit of time, and has now got just shy of a minute to catch Christian Marguera up. So the difference in strategy has now opened the gap up ever so slightly, doubled it between Christian Marguera and Colin Spork. We'll wait and see the gap now with Colin Spork on some fresh rubber. What's going to be his progress over the next couple of hours?
Yeah, I think maybe the race clutch outfit, considering a sort of undercut against Christian Marguera, who runs a little bit wide on the exit of the second chicane there. Yeah, maybe some sort of undercut, get the fresh rubber on early. Of course, if they're not taking new tyres now, you'd expect Simracing to take new tyres at the next stop, which is going to be longer for them. And on this fresh rubber, it was 17 seconds or so before the previous stop. That's a long way for Colin Spork to close up in just one stint, but fresh tyres could be to his advantage in the next 35 or so minutes, which is about how long a stint is for these DPIs. We'll just have to wait and see what he can do, what he can pull out of the bag, or maybe just sitting more comfortably in some clean air again, although he wasn't really in dirty air before he stopped. So we'll have to see how that strategy develops, because it could be very exciting. But I think David Kaloksai is looking to have another go at the back of Michael LaRue. We could ride on board with him, in fact, as this is where he tried to make an overtake last time. He's going to have another go again, it looks like. That gap just a tenth of a second as they go towards the first chicane. Will it be the outside line for Kaloksai? No, he stays behind, in fact, slightly earlier on the brakes than LaRue, and LaRue with his go-team car might just be able to stay ahead for once more. It looks like it's a successful defence again from LaRue. Maybe they're more evenly matched for pace than I originally thought, and it looks like Kaloksai is really struggling to find a way through here.
Absolutely, as the Juices car is into the pit lane very off sequence, 19 minutes off the hour. Just the 74 also coming in, the Blackhawk car as well in P2. So what's going to come about of that? That is crazily off schedule from what we usually see from the GCs. The Go Team car is going to stay out another lap. We're going to follow on this fight here, though, because you never know. It's a very short fuse with David Kaloksai behind Michael LaRue like this. He's been trying. Each time it's been a fail. Michael LaRue has got all the answers to any question poised from Kaloksai, and he's able to keep him at bay, despite the fact the Simracing car is arguably a little bit better on the brakes. But Michael LaRue has got it covered and is trying to maximise his points in his run for the championship fight. We've got Mikhail Sedlacek for Juices and Kamal Noy for the 81 machine as well. That's the Blackhawk car. They're the only two of the GTs to come in on this lap, which is strange that the two leaders are a little bit off sequence compared to everyone else. I was expecting it to be at least another 10 minutes or so before we saw any GTs into the pit lane.
Yeah, no, it is a little bit odd, and you've got to consider as well that Juice's Motorsports Club car is currently on course to win the championship, and being on a slightly odd strategy, well, we'll see what that is. That's a big slide there from David Kaloksai, who's following. You can see he's really pushing because he's finding, and that's going a little bit beyond the limits of his car at the moment. But yeah, as you're saying, odds that those GTs are pitting slightly earlier than everyone else, or maybe it's just the way it's fallen. I guess they've got more room to play with either side of a lap because they just have a larger fuel tank, so the margins aren't so drastic. But we'll see how that all develops. And obviously the needracing.com car, that's pitting as well this lap, but it's got a long way to go to start finding some more positions above its current at 20th, which is a shame for them, as they can see their championship lead slowly slipping away. And there's not really anything they can do about it. But once again, as we've said countless times already, this podcast, there is a long way to go. And even now, we're approaching 4 hours in. That's only a sixth of the way through this race. So there is a lot to be decided yet.
For sure, yeah, absolutely. Still, we've got to do what we've just done 5 more times before we reach the checkered flag. Absolute insanity when it comes to 24-hour races. The challenge is intense. It's such a strain on each and every single one of these drivers and teams that try to rise to the occasion, try and reach the challenge. And it's not just a case of driving the car around the circuit for 24 hours, which is difficult enough in of itself. Try and do that without many breaks, you know, doing your stint for 2-3 hours at a time, then swapping to your teammate, going away for 2-3 hours, getting back into the car. Whatever your sequence is, it's not that simple. You've got to think about each and every single decision that you come across and do it within a split second sometimes. Think about the long-term implications for each pit stop, each time you change the tyres, how much fuel you put in, how each time you come up to the back marker, what method do you use, how do you negotiate them, do you sit back and wait, or do you send the move into what could be a very risky situation? Each and every single one of those variables is something going through the driver's head, that they're not always focused on doing the driving. They're always thinking about a million different other things at the same time as well. So always a spanner into the mix, and that's what separates the good from the great. That is the difference between winning and losing the 24-hour races that we have here at Le Mans. We've got a close fight in the DPIs. Ibrahim Khan for Seawolf Net Race versus Juan Carlos Fernandez for DX Droids. They're only separated by about 1.1 seconds or so. As Colin Spork closing the gap to Christian Marguera bit by bit, is trying to regain maybe a chance at the lead of this race. But how eager do you think is Colin Spork and Race Clutch going to be to win this race? Because right now they're in a position where if they stay as they are for the rest of the race, they've won the championship. Would they want to win the race?
I think the glory of winning Le Mans is definitely going to play a role in their attempt to win. I think they're going to go for the win regardless, because what better way to win a championship? Not just by winning the final race, but by winning Le Mans as well to top it off. I think they'll be going for it. And I mean, they're really closing that gap already now on this stint. It's now down to 46 seconds. That's a decrease of about 8 or so seconds in just the last few laps alone. If I was them, I'd be going for the lead of the race, because why wouldn't you? If you got the chance to win it, you may as well go for it, I think. Obviously, if it's going to be a huge risk going for that, maybe be a bit more careful. But at the moment, I think they can quite safely challenge for the win here.
For sure, it's not a million miles away, despite the hardship that they had in the opener moments of this race. Race Clutch and Simfree might once again come to have a bit of a battle in the closing stages, like we saw at Daytona, like we've seen throughout the season so far. It has been an incredible rivalry, and one that has boasted so many positives throughout the season so far. Also, let's not forget, we're sort of shying away from the fact that Best Esport is still in this race. They had obviously their crash earlier on that set them back quite a lot. But they're still there. As long as they're on circuit, as long as they're able to keep driving that car, they are a threat. So let's not shy away from them too much. Let's not forget that they are still there. Damien Skovron now at the wheel, up into 6th place. Anything happens to Race Clutch, anything happens to Simfree, they could be there to pick up the pieces. They are only 26 points off the championship lead, only 8 points off Simfree. So it wouldn't take a lot for them to be back into the mix. Obviously, it would be a bit of a miracle at this point, but as long as they're there, as long as they're still mathematically within a shout, don't count them out as well. Maybe after the night phase, you might be in for a bit of a shock in terms of where Best Esports are. Maybe it could be the complete opposite. Maybe they could completely bin the car again and we won't see them at all for the rest of the race. But there are so many different things that can go wrong, and we look forward to seeing it. Mikel Leroux still under pressure from David Clockside, who's been able to reclose the gap under a second. The fight continues for everyone out on circuit, but most particularly those still hot on their heels in terms of battles on circuit, because this is for a podium and their points in the championship that 37 Go Team car would love to have just as a little extra in their pocket.
Yeah, nice little buffer to go home with at the end of the season, and this Go Team car getting a bit of support from the French audience back home, saying him to not let go of this position, it seems. So holding on for the moment and doing quite a good job as well. It doesn't seem that Kalasai is able to respond to the fairly strong defence of Michael Leroux for the moment. And of course, there's time yet, but that gap does seem to be getting a little bit bigger. So it looks like that 37 doing a fairly good job can start looking forwards rather than backwards so much, and then perhaps try and close up to their teammates. We'll have to wait and see, but of course, if they get in front of the 47, that's an extra buffer, and that's not just a car between himself and perhaps like Kalasai or anyone else, or even the Simracing 36 that they're championship rivals, but it'll be their own car, which is an extra benefit, because there'll be a vested interest in the 47 to help defend even stronger than they would if these cars had no relation. So Go Team, despite not being in first, have a very strong position by being next to each other on the leaderboards and being second and third respectively.
Absolutely, and it has been the sister car in front at the moment that's been able to take the reins. The 47 at the moment, driven by Gabor Hevesi, he's been able to forward the charge for the pair of them and maybe part the seas for Michael Leroux to have a bit more of an easier time in this race. And getting a bit more of an easier time is David Clockside, allowing Michael Leroux to have the easy time, because he's dropping back ever so slightly. Now the gap 2 seconds as he gets caught up behind one of the Porsches. Good stuff though coming in this race, maybe for the Go Team car, but again, it's always, for now, it's always wait and see. It's always what's coming in the future. And what could come in the future for this fight here between Ace Racing and the 27 machine just in behind. Maximilian Scheider versus Antin Drought just in behind. The fight for 9th in the LMP2 class as well. We've been quite, as I've said, we've had our choice of which battles we want to look at. We've always had something interesting going on, and the on-off racing car at the moment is trying to improve their stunts inside the top 10.
Yeah, I think we've been very fortunate that it's been such an action-packed first 4 hours of the race. There's always been something to look at, and yeah, as you said, it looks like Nicolas Lemoyne has been replaced by Antonin Drouot in the on-off racing car, looking fairly quick, although that last lap a second slower the following car. Maximilian Scheider though is going to be looking at his mirrors. He's going to be seeing a lot of green in that green liveried LMP2, following fairly closely but not dangerously close for the time being. But they're going through the Porsche curves now, and you can see really right on the edge of grip is that Ace car, really getting that slip through, getting as much rotation as possible under very great speeds. And as they set off to begin their next lap, which will be their 64th lap of the race once they cross the line. Yeah, you can see as well, using the pit lane, it's somewhat deceptive, because it almost looks like they're half tempted to go in and actually get a pit stop done. They're just maximising, I think, the entry radius into that final set of turns, into those forward chicanes, which I always find a very awkward way. You sort of fumble your way through right at the end of the lap before you get to the line. It's an interesting feature of the circuit, I think.
Yeah, I've never really been a fan of them. Never really been a fan of the circuit in general. But anyway,
you've made that clear.
I have made that clear quite a number of times, because it's true. Anyway, yeah, I mean, they are quite stop-start. I mean, the first one's fun. It's, it's fast, it's flowing, it's easy to cut. The second one, I always find the sausage curbs on the inside, it's just too stop-starty. Maybe I'm just bad. Maybe that is the case. Maybe that's why I don't like it. I can't get into a rhythm with things. My first ever endurance race was here at Le Mans. It was a 6-hour race, and I've been to the car on lap 1. We spent an hour and a half in the pit lane of a 6-hour race. In total, over the course of the whole race, we had a number of issues. Yeah, it wasn't fun. So maybe bad memories have shifted my perception of this circuit, but I've just never found it enjoyable to drive. But anyway, I'll stop my rant before I get pitchforked in the YouTube chat again from many different people before we upset the sim races. We've had a quiet period in the YouTube chat, so don't hesitate if you don't want to come and have a bit of a chat with us as well. We'll be happy to answer. This is Jonas Strays NeedRacing.com have had some more issues after a disconnect in the early stages. Fighting back since. Does not look fun to drive at the moment, and that might subsequently lead to another incident.
Going very slowly, yeah.
And then straight on. Okay. What's happened there then?
Very odd. Well, I'm not sure.
I've not got an answer. Absolutely not. Well, okay. Maybe someone from NeedRacing.com can come into the YouTube chat and give us a bit more insight as to what's happened there, because we are perplexed. Not entirely sure as to why the car would just go straight on like that. Maybe a hardware issue or something. As into the pit lane comes the two race leaders of the GTE. We've got Miranda Seastars and Go Team. Juices, the 74, came in a few laps ago. And will probably regain the race lead after this pit stop sequence has filled itself out. They came in way off sequence, about 11 minutes ago now, compared to Miranda Seastars and Go Team Racing, which are now coming in 11 minutes later, almost 2 laps later, which is strange as to why the Juices car would come in so early when you could very easily go on for the extra amount of time. Maybe at the previous stop they didn't put as much fuel in, or maybe they're taking the awkward hiccup stop early on in the race so they can have an easier time throughout the rest of it. I'm not entirely sure as to what the philosophy is here. Any idea?
Well, an update on Need Racing. They're claiming that the engine shut off, but it could be that the engine died. Of course, that's something we've got to start worrying about, because these cars are getting thrashed around for a long time. So I'm not sure that is going to really add to the woes of a race that has just not gone their way at all today, has it?
Not a bit, no. We're getting to on YouTube chat potentially maybe, I don't know, maybe running out of fuel, maybe forgetting to box on the previous lap and then subsequently running out of fuel. Either way, that might well be the nail in the coffin. I do not think, even with 20 hours left to go, there is any recovering from that. They are back in the pit lane and out of the 24 Hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans. That is intense, to say the least, and heartbreak for NeedRacing.com, who have looked so good throughout so much of the season. Yeah, I don't really know what to say for them, because they took the first 2 victories of the season and have since posted so many podiums and things and top 5s along the way. Juices, though, have won, as you said earlier on, 4 of the last 5 races, so have been on that charge towards the top. The gap only 6 points, and I think unless something equally as incredibly unfortunate for NeedRacing.com happens to Juices, I think that as long as Juices keep their nose clean, it's going to be their championship to win.
Yeah, now it is certainly that 74 cars race to lose and championship to lose. Now they've just got to essentially make it to the end and in a fairly reasonable position. Obviously, a little bit harder in GT considering there's so many more cars. That if you drop down, you're going to score even fewer points. But yeah, as you said, they've just got to get it to the end now. Stay where, just in the top 5. Of course, they'd love to finish on a win. Who wouldn't? But yeah, they've got Henry Selick behind them. He's not too close. We've got Victor Ivanov here in the lead of the LMP2 class with a 30-second gap to Gabor Hevesi and the Go Team racing car. And up front, Colin Spork has now got the gap to Christian Malguera down to 31 seconds, which is a 25-second decrease since that pit stop phase. And here comes into the pits the Netrex car, perhaps setting off the next salvo of LMP2 pit stops. We have to see. The Undercover Rasian and the Schubert Motorsport cars are also in the pits. So yeah, seeing a couple of pits now beginning to unfold for the next phase of these LMP2s.
Indeed so, absolutely. It's been a fight all the way through. We are approaching the end of the first stage of coverage in terms of commentary. In about a few moments' time, we'll step away and leave you for the next few hours of racing action throughout the night and back in again in the morning tomorrow. But we'll get you through the next stage of pit stops to come as the race is entering its quiet stage. Well, the Q word is used very lightly there. We'll wait and see if it is going to be as quiet as potentially it could be at this stage of an endurance race. But Victor Ivanov for Netrex GP has commanded the lead in the LMP2s. Jake Denahan did the work of fighting his way through the pack Victor Ivanov then had the job of extending the gap up front and was able to do so, which, well, is good that Netflix are having some success so far after the sister car in the DPIs. Danny Vandeny unfortunately had his disconnect and unfortunately has seen them out of contention in this race. Rob van Starkenberg is still at the wheel, albeit 2 laps down of where they would want to be, but a bit of an update as to the running order of things. I mean, Christian Marguerite is still leading the way in the DPIs as Victor Ivanov leads the way out of the LMP2 pit stops. And then obviously you've got Colin Sport for Race Clutch, Ibrahim Khan for Seawolf Net Race rounding off the podium with Carlos Fernandez and Danilo Smeriglo in the top 5. Then comes Damien Scovron for Burst and Luca Tavanari, I should say, and then Rob van Starkenberg, Ryan Walker to round off the DPI field. Then comes Victor Ivanov leading the way, Rick Van El, Mikael LaRue, Gabba Hevesi and Sven Gielhode all lined up in the pit lane. Continue on with Patrick Rusinak and Anton Druhout because all of them are in the pit lane almost unanimously in the LMP2s. Not a hell of a lot of variation. A couple of stragglers doing different things like the likes of the Force Slovakia cars. Doing a couple of different things at different points. And then we go to the GTEs because, well, Adam Baldwin, the 74 machine looking to win the championship, leads the way. Henry Sinek and Kevin Yeager 2 and 3 from Randy Stars and Black Hawk respectively. Then comes Go Team in 4th. And, well, beyond that, you've then got this car right here, Casimir Motorsport of Amet Demerken. That's the top 5 in the GTEs and a very long and extensive GTE field. Still all the way down to 44 runners of the 46 that we had when we started this race, and it's been a fairly eventful first few hours, Hugo.
Oh, most certainly. There's been drama pretty much around every corner, and it's a shame to be stepping away because it feels like there's still a lot more yet to be unfolded, but I'm sure there'll be a lot for anyone who sticks around to watch the rest of the race to enjoy. As you said, yeah, 2 DNFs. Surprisingly few, given we're now 4 hours into the race. But I am very much looking forward to rejoining the race at, I think it's 8 a.m. for me tomorrow morning and see where things stand. Because I have no doubt that a lot of things will change overnight. It's a long way between here and then. So, yeah, a shame to be stepping away, but lots yet to happen.
Indeed so. So, myself, Zach Sweeney, Hugo Barreau have been talking you through the last 3 hours. We had Vida Heatley to talk you through the first one alongside me as well. The 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Le Mans Division 1 here for the finale of Season 15. It's been a sensational battle throughout the last, 8, 9, 10 months of racing action, something along that. August of last year, we started our venture into Season 15. We've started our venture around the world, and it concludes here today. The first 4 hours have been enthralling. We'll pick you back up in terms of commentary, 8 a.m. in the UK tomorrow morning. First thing, Hugo Barreau, Vida Heatley to talk you through the opening moments of the final sprint to the checkered flag. But for now, from us in the commentary booth, we'll keep you with the solemn sounds of some good old engine noises as they work their way around the 13.5 kilometers of Le Mans.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Nothing you can do, I'm afraid. So, no further commentary we have. Copy. So I'm gonna go in that commentary spot soon. Don't worry. I will do my mistake too. I crashed and lost 3.5 minutes. So, Virtual Endurance Championship race. 24 hours without commentary. Yeah, commentary will be back at 7 AM. That's like 14 hours from now. We will get you guys a little bit of commentary every now and then. Of course, I will give you live on-track action as soon as I'm going to be back into the car. Are we really 3 minutes behind P5? Ah. But we're almost 2 laps down then. I was a bit confused there after all, I guess. So, we have seen 4 hours of the race and a bit more, as we currently seen race leader overtaking a bunch of GTEs here. Riding on board with Tuukka Häkkinen of the Secret Team, surely one of the specialists when it comes to GT racing, has been a strong contender in this year's GT Challenge and has been a GT Pro driver in the past. Also done some more Virtual Series races, so surely a driver that is used to GT racing. Going past the Ferrari here for 7th position then. Bear with me as I need to have a look into the live timing. The Ferrari currently being driven by Roy de Munich as the LMP2 streams by in the middle between those two. And as we can see, Ferrari came back out in front. Not sure if that was or I guess just redraft overtake. It needs to be said that the GTEs have a lot of draft and a lot of slipstream going on. So yeah, they are indeed having some good drafts, much better drafts than the DPIs, which draft is kind of low. And then obviously LMP2 nearly has no draft whatsoever. So to do a move in LMP2, you need to be on the rear tail of a car at like 0.5, 0.6, sorry, 0.1, 0.2 of a second behind to even attempt the move into Mulsanne chicanes. So that puts Tuukka Häkkinen back into P8 for the moment. not sure, was that contact or anything? Haven't seen it. Shame on me. Or did he just have a bad exit? Either way, he will surely try again to go after that Duises Ferrari. Generally speaking, the top 8 of the GTE category and also the top 8 of the LMP category still pretty bunched up together. If you just having a look at the gaps right now, the overall LMP category is together by just a couple of seconds, really. Like the top 5 are within 1 minute. The top 8 eventually within 1.5 minutes. Still pretty darn close. And kind of same goes for the top 8 of the GTE category. Like 1.5 minutes roughly. P1 separated from PA. So the sister car of the leading team being under threat right now. See Turkka Häkkinen once again right into the draft of the Ferrari. As we see Ibrahim Khan and Juan Carlos Fernandez in the pits there for the DPI category. So Turkka's going for a move again. This is a carbon copy of last lap. Taking the spot. Ferrari coming out behind. Yeah, I guess that the Ferrari just gets a massive draft. Oh, no time, not this time. As we have yellow flag in sector 1 for a short period of time. So currently pit stops are going on for Juan Carlos Fernandez and Danilo Smeriglio, which brings us Burst Boys a little bit closer to them again. Well, with them not having pitted just yet, means still we are 1.5 laps down the order, more or less. Ooh, wild slide of Turkka there into the Mulsanne corner. So, you guys have any questions whatsoever, just hand them in. We're going to talk a little bit about that race. As we see Turkka now being under attack again from Roy, thanks to his massive moment on the exit of Tête Rouge. Not Tête Rouge, Mulsanne corner. Ooh! They're wheel banging as we go into Indianapolis. Ooh, both went into a slide. As through goes the satellite DPI. Can't say which one of the two. They're sitting in 2nd and 4th. So now it seems like Turkka Häkkinen though possible to extend the gap a little bit here on Roy de Munich. The thing is, the Porsche seems better there in the 3rd sector, especially through the fast chicanes. It seems to be like really a Porsche area, so they are now moving away. As we're switching the views into the DPI category, Colin Spork currently leading for a race clutch car, and they have a massive pace. Where did we lose that much time? We were like just 3 minutes to the podium instead of 4. Was that just the pace in the stint before? Yeah, there was yellow in third sector. So Le Mans Radio is on air with Damien taking us around the circuit. And it's indeed like P4 and P5 are close to each other. Yeah, sadly, because of no commentary on the stream, there seems also to be no cameras on this. There we go. So, DX draw. Oof. Oh. What a bonk. Yeah, that's a failure to lock brakes. If you would have kept the brakes locked, you would have just went into the gravel. So yes, Waveframe came together with DX Droids. Wrong button. Waveframe just came together with DX Droids, and Droids got then punted by a GTE. They got surely damaged, and they are into pit road now. But Simracing car should have decent flat spots at least. So the race clutch boys have done some excessive work with the car, it seems. They have the pace advantage over everyone in the car class. Maybe not from Simracing, but everyone else. It's incredible how quick they've been in the third sector, especially in qualifying. I've had like a 3/10 advantage over them at the end of sector 2, but by the end of the lap, a full second I lost in the third sector. Oh, they've done an incredible job on the car, it seems. As we're looking for Timotej Andonovski, Ferrari esports driver, being with the Go Team Racing in the GTE category, surprisingly on a Ferrari as well. So yeah, they are hunting for a good result right here, being right on the rear wing of the position 3 car, Black Hawk Racing. Ferrari versus Aston here on the streets of Le Mans. Looking like a good slipstream galore here for the Ferrari. Let's see how the Ferrari is against the Aston Martin into the fast corners. And then I believe that Ferrari might, and I just say might, have the issue of efficiency. Well, not the issue of efficiency, I don't know how the balance of performance is looking like, but usually the Ferrari is really efficient when it comes down to fuel consumption, as we see Timotej Andonovski here going for a move. And the Black Hawk driver just backing out of it. No too wide through Indianapolis. Smart choice, just let the other driver go. Hang into the slipstream, try to either get him back or at least get... That sounded odd. Get towed along the straits. So was that the Netrex car being disconnected again? Because they are being indicated with pit. As we are now in a P5 of the Burst Boys after the shenanigans for the Extroids into the Porsche curves. But there goes the information tower, as Timotej Andonovski is now up into third. Jimmy! Bring back the tower, please! Without the tower I have like no chance whatsoever to do anything. Ah, we now have the slider at the top. Well, let's see. What is that wheel shaking so bad? Yes, Tom. First boys on the podium, that's what we're here. That's what we want to try. Let's go. Ah, Papa Jimmy, back with the tower. Much appreciated. Much easier to see stuff from there, to be honest. my god. How the hell is that car still kind of in one piece with that front bunk? Or is that actually engine off? They are in pit road 2 laps ago. I think that crash has killed their engine. How many laps? So, means we're about to get back into the car soon. As in, very soon. 30 minutes, guys. And we're going in again. Hey, what do we have here? Burska overtaking Team Iris LMP2. Everyone behind us on soft and race clutch is on soft, anyone else is medium. Who's driving next then? Hey Sigmatic, hello. Or triples? I don't think they are. Let me think. It's hard to tell actually. They are now in. It's hard to tell. They are now in. Latile only did a double. And now Spork did 6 stints. But they're stationary for over a minute, so I think they changed drivers entire, so they tripled the stuff, yeah. To me, the third stint was bad on the rear. Had to be careful into the Porsche, the rest was fine. There's a crashed GTE on the main straight. Now going into sector 1 without rear wing. Where are you? Scared for a code 80. That slow car is now somewhere in sector 1. I'm joining. Yeah, I just clicked the spectate button. Mediums and pull. Just come to pit road regardless. Otherwise you carry on. Now loading cars.
I think Porsche on the now on the straight, the short one.
As soon as I have selected you, I'll go pee and get a coffee.
Copy.
Come on, RF2, do your job.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
You still off the pit exit?
5,
No, I'm already on
4,
in pit lane.
3,
Fine.
2, 1. Green flag.
Selected.
Okay, I just go pee, yeah.
Done.
Okay, I'm in.
Copy.
Drace, he's just retired from the race. The pit exit
Good
looks
luck.
clear.
Thanks.
Your brakes are cold, let's get some heat into them.
Oh no, these freaking bollards are back.
Yeah.
Amir, behind, is pitting.
Feel free to discuss the plan with Tom.
Yeah.
Slower class car ahead.
Car right. Clear on your right. Car on your left. All clear on the left.
You're coming up on a slower car.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Mate, on what you mean? You can watch the organization stream.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Car on your left. You're clear left.
Fuck.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Yep, Goodman.
That's barely a scratch, just
5.
ignore it.
So this code 80 has given us nothing, right?
Yeah. It was called off when I was in the pit out.
In the entry.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I should have, like, I would need to just cross the line on the left
Coming
and
up on a slower
go,
class
like,
car.
sideways to go back to the track. I think it was illegal.
Left
Yeah.
side. Clear left.
We were committed, so whatever.
Easy, car on your left. Clear left.
Slower class car ahead.
On your right. All clear on the right.
That's the fastest lap of the race. Pay attention to track limits, please, Michael. Slower class car ahead.
Car right. All clear on the right.
Yellow flag. Green flag, sector 2.
Hey Sarah. Don't worry, we won't stop pushing.
Left side. Clear on the left side. Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Coming up on a slower class car. Holm has retired.
Careful, car on your right. Clear right.
Track limits, watch those lines.
On your left.
Of
Clear
course
left.
the GT is nearly losing it when I'm right behind. Because why would you not?
Slower class car ahead.
On your left. You're clear left.
You're coming up on a slower car.
All right. Clear on your right. Careful, car on your left. All clear on the left.
Slower class cars ahead.
Left side. Clear on the left side. Easy, car on your left. You're clear left. Car on your left.
Slower class.
All clear on the left. Car on your left. Still there. Still there. Clear left.
Sorry about that.
All good.
I think you broke extremely early though.
Yeah, looks the same to me.
I can only lap 3:14s or something. I'm not sure. I've never had really a clean lap, but
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Slower class car.
On your right. Clear on your right. Left side. Clear on the left side.
That lap was a 3:18.1.
Left side. Clear left.
Slower car ahead. He's the class leader for these guys.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
You've got half your fuel left.
And Ismer, thank you. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Much appreciating the support.
Left side. Clear left.
That lap was a 3:14. The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 40 Celsius. The lead car's pitting. Coming up on a slower class car.
On your left. You're clear left. All clear on the left.
Slower car ahead. This guy's their class leader.
Car on your left. You're clear left.
Do 3:13.5 at 8:08.
What?
What do you mean?
It's very good lap. I can't get close to that, honestly.
I see a 3:12 being possible, despite the saves.
Easy, car on your left. Clear left. Careful, car on your left. Clear on the left side. Car on your left. Clear left.
The leader's pitting now. Coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your right. All clear on the right.
10 minutes of fuel remaining. That's the fastest lap.
Yeah, 3:13.1 at 8:08.
Okay, pit stop requested. You're coming up
I mean,
on a
I guess
slower
I'll
class
lose
car.
3 or 4 tenths for the fuel save, but I think it's feasible.
The pit crew's ready.
Car on your left. All clear
Or
on the
would
left.
you rather wish me to go back to 10? Anyone?
I don't know honestly. If you can do 11 and you are on it, I would say keep going like this.
Copy.
We expect to exit the pits in position 5. You're coming up on a slower car.
Easy, car on your left. All clear on the left.
Right, I'll be
Car on your
back
left.
later.
Clear left.
Good luck.
Thanks. Enjoy your rest.
User disconnected from your channel.
Yellow flag, sector 1. Your pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall is now available. Suave, ahead is pitting. Heads up, there's a car exit in the pits. That lap time was 3:14.4. We're running on fumes, mate. In this lap, box this lap. You're coming up on a slower class car.
Oh, fuck's
On your
sake.
left. Clear left.
Just Lucas. 18.25 hours remaining. Sorry, 18 hours 25 minutes.
very little fuel left. Box this lap, please, Michael. Your pit box is currently occupied. Our pit stall's available now. Slower class car ahead. P4.
On your right, clear right.
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
Careful, car on your right. All clear on the right.
So guys, box, we come for a pit stop.
Car right. Clear right.
That means I will get a drink. I will quickly close the stream on the office PC because it's annoying me. And then we're jumping back into the car.
Smith behind is pitting.
Smith behind is pitting. Oh no.
Two litres remaining. Slow car ahead. This guy's their class leader.
Car right. Clear on your right. On your right. Clear on your right.
Box.
Your pit stall is occupied. Your pit stall's now free. Look out for the pit speed limit. Expect a clear track on exit. We should come out into position 5.
Very good stint.
Thanks. Yeah, 0.7 of a liter left.
Nice.
Oh dear.
There's a car approaching. Stay behind the line. Your brake temperatures look good. Okay, Michael, you're reeling. Suave in. The gap's now 13 seconds.
Right, I want to overtake one on track here.
Slower class car ahead.
Are you doing 11 again?
I guess. I don't know. What do you think?
Emil, behind, is pitting now.
Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
The car ahead is doing 11 all the time, apart from stint 1 with formation lap.
The gap to Suave in front is now 13
I
seconds.
guess.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't really follow top 3, honestly, but I guess they are not that strict to 11 all the time.
I assume so too.
Car on your left. You're clear left.
Slower class car ahead.
Left side. Clear left.
P5. The gap to Suave ahead is now 12 seconds. Slower cars ahead, including the class leader.
Yeah, Matthias, I agree with you.
Car right. All clear on the
And
right.
I can assure you the car sounds amazing on the real racetrack. Alex Booza, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the 24 hours of Le Mans. So, we're hunting down
Car on your
B4.
right. Clear on your right.
The gap to Suave ahead is now 12 seconds. You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Careful, car on your left. All clear on the left. Left side. You're clear left. Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
Well, Matthews, I imagined that car on the real road. As I was at Spa for the WEC 6 hours of Spa. And that Cadillac
You've just done
DPI,
a 3:17.
or that
3
Cadillac
seconds.
hypercar, sounds effing awesome. I can assure you of that.
You're reeling. Suave in. The gap is now 10 seconds.
We're coming! Oh, not again.
The gap to Suave in front is now 9.4 seconds. Downer is pitting from position 7. We think he'll come out just in front. You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
Car on your right. Clear right. On your right.
Jesus.
Clear on your right.
Your lap time was 3:16.6. The gap to Suave ahead is now 8.7 seconds. Slower class car ahead.
Car on your left. Clear left.
The gap to Suave ahead is now 7.8.
I am Ty, hello and welcome. Yes. P5. We're hunting down P4, 7.7 seconds is the gap. Roughly.
Okay, Michael, you're reeling Suave in. The gap is 6.3 seconds. There's a group of slower cars ahead.
Car right. Clear right. Car on your right. All clear on the right.
That was a 3:15.4 seconds. Coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
We all do, Oscar. We all do. Well, maybe not all, but most of us. Ah, I can see the target ahead of me.
The gap to Suave ahead is now 4.2 seconds.
Left
Hey,
side.
Jerome,
Clear on the
thank you.
left side.
Slower class car ahead.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
You're reeling Suave in. The gap is 3.3 seconds. Sector 1 is clear.
Fuel calc, please.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael, there's a car exiting the pits, heads up.
49.4 for
Your lap
6.
time was 3:14.8.
8:22.
Copy.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
On your right. Clear on your right.
Damien and Tom are racing with Migeron.
On your left. You're clear left.
The gap to Suave ahead is now 1.1 seconds. You're approaching.
Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right. On your right. All clear on the right. Easy, car on your left. Clear left. Car on your left. Clear left. Car on your left. All clear on the left. You're clear left. Careful, car on your left. Clear left.
Good stuff, keep it coming.
That was easier than expected.
Nice one.
Left side. Clear left.
So I'm not sure if Gilchinski just got on the car and has fresh tires, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Suave is getting closer. The gap's now 0.6.
Last lap, 12.5.
I have no idea how we get them.
If they do 12.5 and 11 laps, then we can't, probably.
Hmm. Well, I think they do 10. Hey Barry, how you doing? I guess we have no way to check.
Yeah, I guess I can't.
Can only note
Stay
down when they
between the
pit
lines,
it
please, Michael.
if we catch them pitting.
Yeah.
Slower class car ahead. P4.
Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
Yo, Retro Cron. Oh yes. Just the usual Saturday evening. We are pushing.
The gap to Suave behind is increasing. It's now 3.7 seconds. Slow car ahead. This is the leader for their class.
Car right. Clear right.
Okay, pit stop requested.
Right now we are like almost 40 minutes behind them.
Hmm.
Pit crew is ready. Your pit stall is occupied. The pit stall is available.
VRT Melome, thank you for your follow on the Twitch channel, much appreciated. Welcome to the race, welcome to the 24-hour of Le Mans.
Okay, Michael, you should have plenty of space on the exit. When we exit the pits,
so
we should be in position of a few seconds in front of
Probably
Walker.
reached point of flat out already for the remainder of the laps.
Sorry, what do you mean?
8.3,
Track temperature's
8.4 is
decreasing.
literally
It's
like
now
my flat out
38
fuel
Celsius.
That's interesting. I exit 8.5.
Remember that the engine gets more efficient the higher you rev.
Yeah,
Your
probably.
pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall's now free.
And I'm pretty maxing it out.
Well, I also like upshift on red almost.
Yes.
You're coming up on a slower car.
On your right. Clear right. Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Yellow flag in sector 2. Your lap times are improving. This is good. We can see Prince has stacked it. Your pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall is now available. Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is available.
If it stands like this with Seawolf third and us fourth, we keep the 13 championship.
Okay.
So the question is, do we want to cover Soave behind with the strat and keep doing 11, because they are doing 11 all the time?
I mean, 3, 3.5, 3.6.
The leader is
That
pitting
is the
now.
last 3 deltas of them. So we have an additional pit stop done in 2 stints.
Yeah, we are fast enough to basically build the gap anyway, so... Yeah, looks like no matter what we do, would be fine.
The only thing we can try is like outsmart Seawolf. But then, who else do they have on the car? Katao?
Katao, Arezi... sorry, no, it's not that car. Gilchinsky, Katao, Khan, and I don't know who
Your
is
pit box
fourth.
is currently occupied. Our pit stall's available now.
Checking. They got Mela as fourth driver. Honestly,
Coming up on a
neither of
slower
them is
car.
bad.
yeah. Honestly, for me, it looks like we need some
Gap
kind
to
of
Suave behind is now 8.4
maybe a
seconds.
miracle, like very good code 80 for us, or
Car right.
some accident
Clear on
for
your
them.
right.
Because 4 minutes is quite a lot to regain.
Yeah, it's not impossible though, however, you know, we would need to see a trend where we're actually faster than them. I mean, you will get back into the car and get a fresh tires and
Your
then
pit
you
stall
all
is
sync, but
occupied. The
still.
pit stall is now available.
Yeah. Gielczyński in, lap 109.
Alright, Michael, you've got 10 minutes of fuel remaining.
Copy.
That lap was a 3:13.9 seconds. Sector 3 is 0.6 off the pace. Your pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall is now available. Slower class car ahead.
Car right, all clear on the right.
Your pit stall is occupied. Our pit stall's available now. The gap to Suave behind is now 11 seconds.
On your right, clear on your right.
Temp starts dropping 38.
I wonder if it's the moment to take softs, honestly.
Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall
We
is now
still
free.
have 45 minutes to decide that.
Yeah.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Would you wish for some rain?
Car on your right, all clear on the right.
I mean, that's the only way to mix things up anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. I think we would take it.
Your pit box is currently occupied. The pit stall is now available.
Ooh, the traffic.
Careful, car on your right, clear on your right.
P4.
Man, that goes a 312
We're running
the
on
second
fumes,
stint.
mate. Pit this lap. In this lap.
Yeah,
The gap to Suave
Yeah, your
behind
pace
is
is
increasing.
amazing.
It's now 18 seconds. Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is available. Suave behind is pitting now.
I'm afraid Jimmy is not pressing the storm button. He's when, if anything, pressing the penalty button for us for aggressive driving.
Slower class car ahead.
Zum Heule wirklich.
Car on your right,
Your pit stall is occupied.
clear right.
The pit stall is available.
Suave in.
Copy.
So they still do 11 laps.
When did Kaczynski box 107?
It was 108 for them. They are a lap ahead.
On your left,
I
all
mean,
clear on the left.
109 for them, right? Which is 108 for us at the time.
I don't know.
Very little fuel left. Box this lap,
So-
please, Michael.
His last lap was a 406. He's now finishing lap 111. Yeah, 109. So
Your pit stall
108
is
for us.
occupied. The pit stall is now available. Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall's now free. You're coming up on a slower class car. Track limits.
Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
I'm fed up with traffic on every apex now.
Yeah. Despite such a long tag, but 47 cars, is so many.
Yeah.
Slower class car ahead.
On your right. Clear on your
We're
right.
soon going to be a GTE that I need to tremendously dive to break the shit.
Yeah.
Your pit stall is unavailable. Our pit stall's available now.
Car on your left. Clear left.
I would say do what you want in the
Okay,
first
cruise ready.
stint. Either 10 or 11, I think it's fine. Unless you have some
We
good
don't
idea
expect any
how to
traffic on
play
the pit
this.
exit. On exit, we should be in position 4.
Thing is, the moment I start lift and coast in the first stint and the first lap, I'm kinda committed. So we'll stay heavily on it now for the moment and just see what happens.
Yeah, yeah, it's fine.
Slower class car ahead.
Ah, some cuts.
Your pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall is now available. 2 litres remaining.
Car right. Clear right.
Slower cars ahead. The class leaders in this group. These guys are scrapping for position. What's your speed limit in the pits?
Actually, in terms of championship, we can afford to drop down to 5th if Seawolf keeps 3rd.
What if they come second?
Checking. Then we need 3rd.
The pit exit's clear. Tiny bit of aero damage, just ignore it.
Man, Suave. I left the pits 14 seconds behind him, now it's 28 ahead of him.
Nice.
Fuck off with the track limits now! Mann, echt. Emax Motorsport, hello. You try to set the dampers in a way that they don't oscillate over the curbs, so taking the shocks, oops, shaking the shocks relatively nicely. But not given a too strong rebound. So I would go with low speed, bump, and a higher speed rebound.
The Mirjan is now retired.
Retro1, you can always argue whether it's fair if I just throw my car in and expect the GT to jump out of the way, kind of. Well, at least I did not make contact, so yeah.
Slower class car ahead.
I'm fed up with it. A GT in every apex.
Car on your right. All clear on the right.
I believe Gelczynski is also on third stint tires right now. I mean, I can't prove it, but according to the laps, I think it is.
Should be a second stint. I think I got into the car when Khan was driving.
Okay, yeah.
Ah, but you might be right then. Yeah, true.
I don't remember how many laps they were pitting after us.
You could check your XML file.
Oh yeah, let me check.
You're coming up on a slower car. Incident
On your right. Clear on your right.
Should also be able to see the pit stops. Obviously, if they do cut laps, then it's hard to spot.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Linga.
They pitted lap 65, then 76, then 87.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Car right, clear on your right.
So you took over on lap
Easy, car on
89,
your
I
left.
believe,
You're clear left.
and Khan was still there on lap 90. And then my logs are dead.
Slower class cars
Skilchinski's now
ahead.
on his second run.
Yes.
And gets into the third.
Yes.
Car right, all clear on the right.
Oh fuck.
Okay, Michael.
Car on your left, clear on the left
That
side.
would mean your pace is much better, because you gain some seconds on the previous stint.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Left side, all clear on the left.
Made them so fed up with the GTEs everywhere in my way. Ay ay ay. But yeah, despite the GT, they're just 0.6 slower than him last lap, so
Careful,
there is
car
a
on your
chance to
left.
get
Clear
P4,
left.
P3.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's monitor this.
Okay, pit stop requested. The pit crew is ready. Alright Michael, you should be coming out into clear air. When we exit the pits we'll be in P5.
If it stays like this, I guess I do 11 as well.
I think now I'm on the 10 lap though.
Alright.
Maybe we can get on sync with them at some point.
Slower class car ahead.
On your left, all clear on the left.
Yeah, Victor, I can relate right now. It hasn't been bad all race long, but right now it's terrible.
There's a car leaving the pits.
We are
That was,
32 seconds behind them on
60.1
track
seconds.
right now.
Copy.
I said they pit at lap
Slower class
87
car ahead.
and then 109, so it had to be 98 in between, so 11 laps all the time for
Yep.
them. And now it will be 120.
I approve that. Yes.
Easy, car on your left. You're clear left. On your right. Clear right.
Walker behind is pitting. Your pit stall is occupied. Your pit stall's now free.
Clear on your right.
We've been warned about track limits. Pay attention to track limits, please, Michael. Slower class car ahead.
On your right. Clear right.
The track temperature is falling. It's now 36 Celsius.
Car on your right. All clear on the right.
6 after this, no 5 after this one.
Your
Copy.
pit box is currently occupied. Our pit stall's available now.
36 degrees.
You're coming up on a slower car.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
Martino is entering the pits. He's in P4. He should come out a little way behind you.
Oh, jetzt cutte ich da einfach schon wieder, Mann.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Meine Fresse.
We've just had a warning.
Careful, car on your left. Clear left. Car on your left. Clear left. Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
Slower class car ahead.
Car on your left. You're clear left.
Your pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall is now available. Sector 1 is yellow.
Why do you mean boring? Das gibt's doch nicht, ey. Well, I appreciate not having any car around me so I can just focus on my drive, on my lines, on my everything. Eld Ryan, thank you so much for your follow on Twitch. Welcome to the 24 hours of Le Mans. And whatever is remaining of that. 17 hours and 21. So more than 6 hours into the race already.
Coming up on a slower class car.
You mean the qualifying? Oh yes, I did.
Your pit stall is occupied. The pit stall is now...
Car on your left. Clear left.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Three to go.
Left
I'm joining.
side. Clear on the left side.
Coming up on a slower car.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Your pit box is currently occupied. The pit stall is available.
Not this Jesper, I'm afraid. But we are trying. Not sure if 3 stint old tires can do it.
Ten minutes of fuel remaining.
Oh yes, I agree. Because we have already done the 312.5.
Slower class car ahead. Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall is now available. Green.
Car on your left. Clear left. Car right, clear on your right.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Easy, car on your left. All clear on the left. On your right. All clear on the right. On your right. Clear
Meine
right.
Fresse, wirklich. Poker der Trafik. I need
On your
scarlet
left.
traffic
Clear
in it
left.
to get a train.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Car right. All clear on the right.
Wycinski was in last lap.
Yeah, lap 120 for them.
Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is now available.
120.
Yes.
Yeah. Driver Turtle, thank you for the follow, welcome. Yeah, but the gap is 10 seconds bigger than last time. Yeah, honestly, you need to take seconds out of them now in the next stint to begin with.
Your pit stall is occupied. Our pit stall's available now.
Bayonak is on softs. And I guess he's triple stinting.
You want to give it a go?
Yeah, I guess so.
We're running on
Last lap.
fumes, mate. Come into the pits at the end of this lap. Box this lap.
I'm on board with you.
Selected. You want to have fuel for 10 or fuel for 11?
If we want to push, then I would say 10.
Copy.
Slower class car ahead. Suave behind is pitting. Suave behind is pitting.
Car right, clear on your right. Careful, car on your right. Clear right.
Your pit stall.
All clear on the left.
Your pit stall's now free. Okay, Michael. Very little fuel left. Pit this lap. In this lap.
Marcos Iglesias, thank you for your subscription on the YouTube channel. Appreciate it, man.
Your pit stall is occupied. The pit stall is available. Downer is pitting from position 8. We think he'll come out a little way behind you. Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall's now free. Slower class car ahead. Watch your speed. There'll be traffic on the exit.
Good job.
When we exit the pits, we should be in P4.
Amazing pace with the fuel saving, actually.
Thank you. Well, still not fast enough for the win, but whatever. Let's see. Anything you want me to check?
I guess the race is slower than we expected and the stints are moving forward. And it means I still might land on that stint at 2:39 in the night. So you can check it, probably.
Okay. I will note the time. Believe. Thank you, Barry. Much appreciated. Yeah, guys, if you have appreciated the drive, please have a follow on Twitch, subscribers on the YouTube channel, and don't run away too far. We're going to be back in the car in 1.5 hours, actually. Now we are going for a stint with Damien. Oh, sorry, I choked that.
All good.
Only Burlak on soft and a couple of runners behind P5 on soft, the rest is medium. Enjoy!
Thank you.
219 XM202, no blocks and no interruptions all the way through
the
race, and of course
almost
around the world on RS2, the home of IMSA Radio. In the US, NBC have your coverage. Calvin Fish and the rest of the team calling that from up at Charlotte, and here around the rest of the world. If there's no network TV coverage, then IMSA.tv.
Oh! Right! A watch party we need, obviously. Although IMSA would be nice. But we want to stay on track with what's going on. So, here we go.
Der Fernseher.
Beep, beep, beep. We here. All right. I'll be right back for a few minutes. Alright, here we are. Again. Ah, what a stint, what a move. So, after Damian is done, we will go back to the car. How many laps to your end? How many laps till your end of stint? Sorry. I forgot to chat about a moment. Okay, let's quickly catch up. So, Jasper, I'm going to be back in the car in roughly an hour from now. Ricardo, we're racing the 24 hours of Le Mans in the DPI category. Please note me when you leave pits. And what time remaining? Which lap was that? Yeah, I don't know how this sheet works, so I just marked the cells that I've put values in. Oh. Someone bonked it really hard into turn 1. There might be a code 80 coming. Are you fine with me doing some cooking for 50 minutes? Copy.
I'm back.
So guys, we're quickly calling this a stream. I will be moving forward to part number 2. The stream is obviously already scheduled, and you guys have the opportunity to move over to the other stream. For those people watching on Twitch, you guys can stay online. I will be back in a minute. Guys, we're back in 2 to 3 minutes. Won't be long.